Okay, let's stand up, please, for the national anthem and AUB's alma mater. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the American University of Beirut. Welcome to the first Cybersecurity National Day. We are happy to see this big crowd with us this morning. We have a very rich program with a lineup of expert speakers from industry, from academia, and from international organizations. We will get going with the program. Our first talk is a welcome speech by AUB, represented by our Chief Information Officer, Dr. Yusuf Asfour. Dr. Asfour, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming, and welcome to the Cybersecurity Day at AUB. Today, we live in a digital world where everything and everyone is connected. This connectivity allows us to use computers in ways not even imagined 40 years ago. We have airplanes connected to computers and controlled by phones. We have also cars connected to satellites. And we even have swimming pools that are now connected to purchasing systems. Network computers control stock market activities and the flow of money through banks and clearinghouses. They also control our infrastructure, such as the flow of water, electricity, and traffic. But network computers also manage our mundane parts of our life as well. They help us manage our calendars, communicate with our friends, shop for our daily needs, and they also help us entertain ourselves. To do all this, computers need data. They need all kinds of data. They need lots and lots of data, including some very private and personal data. Computers collect and share data about who we are, what we do, where we go, how we behave, and sometimes even how we think. The combination of connectivity and data allow computers to provide us with customized services. For example, a hospital could potentially predict allergic reactions to medication based on grocery and pharmacy visits and automatically adjust the treatment for a patient. Or a flower shop can recommend a bunch of flowers for me to buy based on my wife's shopping habits. Machine learning and big data analytic techniques can also connect the dots between seemingly irrelevant and unrelated data. This means that even small bits of data that don't seem important can be used to derive a complete and somewhat private picture of anyone or anything. For example, a friend of mine got a message from his email provider consoling him on the one-year anniversary of the death of his uncle. How did the email provider know that this was my friend's uncle? How did the email provider remember that it's the one-year anniversary? My friend never identified his uncle to the email provider, and he never let them know that his uncle passed away. The provider was able to collect, connect, and analyze small bits of data from different sources and draw the complete picture. While the combination of network connectivity and big data analytics has its benefits, it can also be misused. For example, the same techniques used to help me pick the right flowers for my wife can be manipulated to steal my money, or worse yet, start rumors about me and ruin my marriage. The same computers and data that manage our water supply can be manipulated to poison a whole population, flood certain areas, or create droughts in others. The same computers that help us avoid obstacles when driving a car can be manipulated to hit an obstacle or run over a targeted pedestrian. We have already seen hackers use networks and data to disrupt manufacturing, steal hundreds of millions of dollars, and cause physical harm to people. The perfect storm of connectivity, big data, and artificial intelligence provide us with a dilemma. We need these network computers to make our lives better, but we also need our privacy, and we also need to feel safe. In this age of big data, artificial intelligence, and network devices, we constantly exchange and store professional and personal valuables in the cyber world. In order to allow computers to serve us, we need to give up some of our privacy and safety. Cybersecurity is now part of everybody's life. It is not just up to the computer experts to keep us safe. It is as much about tools as it is about behaviors. And the time has come for every person to learn how to live safely in this world. It is for this purpose that the American University in Beirut, in collaboration with CERN CMS Project, ISACA and CNRS, as well as other academic institutions, and in partnership with our partners, Civis, BMB, and Cisco, has organized this Cybersecurity Day. We set up this conference to create awareness, trigger engagement, and shed some light on the critical areas in cybersecurity. The conference today brings together experts from the corporate, academic, and government sectors, as well as leaders from industry to cover the human dimension, as well as leading practices, challenges, and trends in cybersecurity field. I hope that you find this conference informative, useful, and interesting, and I hope that you enjoy the different panels and workshops. Thank you all for coming, especially on this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asfour. Sorry, excuse me for my voice. Our next speaker is our keynote, Sebastian Lopansky. He serves as the Deputy Computer Security Officer for CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, which is one of the biggest scientific labs around the globe with over 20,000 staff, researchers, scientists cooperating on one of the biggest particle physics project in the world. Sebastian works specifically on security strategy and policies. He offers internal consultancy within CERN and pen testing services, develops and maintains security tools for vulnerability assessment and intrusion detection, provides training and awareness raising, and does incident investigation and responses. Sebastian is also the director of CERN's School of Computing, which organizes every year 2 summer schools for scientists and engineers involved in particle physics or other data-intensive science. Talking about data, CERN, the experiments that are taking place, they generate every year tens, if not hundreds, of petabytes of data that need to be stored, need to be processed, and need to be accessed from within the facility, but also from partner researchers all around the globe. And again, there are all kinds of security challenges in doing that. Sebastian has a master's in computer science and an MBA degree, and he came from CERN just to be with us today at this event. He's giving this keynote talk. He'll be participating in a panel after the coffee break, and he will be giving one of the hands-on workshops this afternoon. Let's welcome Sebastian, please.
So, good morning. Thank you very much for this introduction, Zahar. Thank you for invitation to Yusuf and to American University in Beirut. So, it's really my pleasure to be here and to share with you this overview of computer security in 2019, where we are right now. I'll try to cover where we are in terms of vulnerabilities, attacks, risks, what are the things to expect, what is coming, and also how to, I should probably say, how to try to defend ourselves. So, as you will see, this talk is really about two things. It's obviously about technology, but it's also about people, because as you know and as you will see, people are really the major component of the whole puzzle. You see actually both on this picture, and actually there is something very, very strange on this picture, but I will come to that later. So, a few words where I'm from, and CERN was already introduced, so I'll pass very quickly, but it kind of explains my perspective, which may be different from a perspective of a person who works in a bank, for example. So CERN is this physics laboratory with a huge accelerator, Large Hadron Collider. You can see it here on a map. Well, it's actually underground. It hosts different particle physics experiments, including CMS, who is co-organizer of this event. This is where physicists collide particles, protons or heavy ions, lead ions, to create new particles. And then this is, for example, how Higgs boson was found in 2012, which resulted in a Nobel Prize in Physics in 2013. This is also where the World Wide Web was born. Actually, in March, there will be 30th anniversary of the first proposal written by Tim Berners-Lee. And finally, more relevant maybe here is that CERN also has a lot of computing resources, computing storage and power. This is needed for physicists to do their analysis of the data. And this is my job and job of the team that I work with to secure. And as you can imagine, it's not a trivial job. So this is where I come from. So working in this domain over many years already, I can see different waves of risks and, well, let's say, vulnerabilities that come, and they usually come really in series, in trends. So you may remember those of you who worked 5 years ago in this domain, the famous Heartbleed vulnerability in OpenSSL, so a library that is used for cryptography in different applications. It's pretty much used everywhere, and then there was this very serious bug, and then people realized that we actually depend on those pieces of software which are somewhere, which no one kind of maintains really, but they're absolutely crucial for security. And of course, as soon as people realized, they started looking into other such problems, and a whole series of vulnerabilities or attacks in cryptographic either protocols or implementations were discovered. So they come in waves, and then the question is, what will 2018 be remembered for? And I guess you may have your different ideas or opinions, depends again from where you look at. I'll be curious to see what you were thinking about. Actually, for me, it's gonna be a year of hardware vulnerabilities. So this is what we wake up to in 2018, exactly a year ago, to these two vulnerabilities, Meltdown and Spectre. Meltdown is a vulnerability in hardware, in Intel processors, that kind of breaks the boundary between user applications and system memory or system side. And Spectre is similar. It allows unauthorized attacker or unauthorized application to use CPU cache channel attack to access memory of other processes on the same processor. And the problem is that those are really hardware vulnerabilities. So it doesn't really depend on the operating system. You cannot really patch it with software. You have to actually apply, you have to put workarounds maybe in software and wait for microcode fixes be provided by the hardware vendor. And they came in several terms because there was actually several variants of those vulnerabilities. And as soon as people realized, yes, of course, we depend on hardware, then researchers started looking into those vulnerabilities or looking for similar vulnerabilities, and it became a tradition. So Intel, for example, pretty much every quarter it was publishing new updates on different types of speculative execution side channel attacks. And I'll not, this includes the famous L1 terminal fault, new vulnerability, the new variants of Spectre meltdown, the port smash vulnerability which was kind of recent in November, and so on. So I will not bore you with details all of them, but let me dive in just to the Q2, which kind of shows what kind of things there are inside. So again, there are two variants of vulnerabilities. You see that the first one allows unauthorized disclosure of data from system registers. And really, it's a purely hardware vulnerability issue. There's no way you can fix it with software. It requires updating the firmware or microcode of the processor. Variant 2, similar, an unprivileged user could read memory, system memory, or memory outside of some kind of sandboxed environment, which basically means, think of virtual machine escape, for example. And it required both Microsoft code fix and updates to kernel and to any virtualization components that may be involved. Now it also affects different CPUs of different vendors, not only Intel, but others. And of course, as soon as researchers started looking into this, they saw so many different problems in different places. I'll just bring one. So researchers or security experts at Airbus, yes, the airplane company, the plane company, they looked into a remote server management system for HP servers, which is called ILO. And they found, authentication bypass, local code execution, remote code execution, different vulnerabilities that take over the server and hosts and virtual machines running on that server. So it's a little demo of what they do, just to show you that some attacks are really simple. So if you access a API via the web interface of this thing, you got unauthorized code response because you're not authorized. It's interesting that you can access it, but as long as as soon as you add a header request field connection, and usually it says connection, keep alive in HTTP protocol, but you just put those random set of 29 characters A, basically you just bypass authentication, and you've got code 200 OK, and you can read some details of the system. And then, of course, they went further to look into those other vulnerabilities and actually take over the machines. So we know that hardware can be vulnerable. Now, the problem is that hardware may be made vulnerable. And this is yet another game. So I'm sure you all remember the article published in Bloomberg very recently, early October last year. And I quote that how China used a tiny chip to infiltrate America's top companies. So this is what is called supply chain security or attacks. And what the article claimed is that China managed to put this very, very tiny chip that normally on the motherboard you cannot really see it. And this motherboard was used in servers of a major producer of servers, and then used in major companies around the world, including US, including Amazon and Apple. So, and actually created a backdoor, a way to back for the system, and actually it was, according to the article, contacting back some command and control server and so on. So you can imagine that this is a major attack. Now, those companies involved, they denied the story, and actually there were no other proofs published or indicators of compromise published. So there are, it raised big discussions, as you can imagine, in the security communities, and it's kind of still unclear, where we are and how this particular case, how it stands. At the same time, supply chain security is an issue. There are so many other reports of hardware that is potentially manipulated, or at least that is not trusted, notably, Huawei devices. But also, we are mentioning here one country, but several countries are being allegedly, are being accused of manipulating hardware that they ship somewhere else. Well, one thing is for clear: supply chain security is an issue and will be an issue for years to come. And the problem is that you cannot just insource everything inside your own country or inside trusted companies. It's just economically not viable. So obviously, there will be always adversaries with, resources that, who will be able to afford this kind of major attacks. And same applies for software. So if you think about it, software's vulnerabilities can also be very, very expensive, or exploits to those vulnerabilities. Especially I'm talking about vulnerabilities, so-called zero-days vulnerabilities, for which there are no patches available yet, and they are private, so they're not publicly known. So there are companies who trade, who buy and resell this kind of information about vulnerabilities and about exploits. Zero-day is one of them. So this is their payoff kind of table. So for example, if you happen to find a remote code execution on some content management system such as Joomla or Drupal, you would be paid for that vulnerability, assuming that this is, 0-day, up to $10,000. All right. If you find the same kind of vulnerability for WordPress, it goes much higher. It's up to $100,000. It's interesting to look at those tables because they, the price level kind of show either how secure is how hard is to find a given vulnerability, therefore how secure is the product, or the other way to look at it is how much popular is the tool, and therefore how much useful can this exploit be for potential malicious actors. And of course, if you go much higher, you've got, for example, remote code execution and local privilege escalation in some popular browsers, or even remote code execution on Windows platform, which is, such vulnerabilities can be up to up to $1 million if you buy them. Now, for mobile platforms, prices go even higher. I'll not go into details, but just show you that a remote jailbreak of an iPhone, fully patched iOS iPhone system, is valued up to $1.5 million. If that exploit is so-called zero-click, so doesn't require any interaction from a user, it's valued even up to $2 million. So this is major, major big money and major business, as you can see. And you may think, who buys it and why, right? And maybe this gives, I'm not saying it's connected, but this is kind of where you see zero-days vulnerabilities being used. So Kaspersky company has observed, so their automatic tool has observed an attempt to exploit a vulnerability in Windows. So it was a zero-day vulnerability. And this exploit, the idea was to basically install some malware and finally control the computer of a victim. And they found so this was a zero-day vulnerability, and they found very limited number of attacks, but targeted at victims in the Middle East. So this is where, this kind of vulnerabilities are being used before they are being published and patched by the vendor. Now it's all patched since November. So this looks very, very scary, and maybe this is not really new to you, but and I hope I didn't scare you too much. But let's look like how our daily business, security business, looks like. And our daily business is basically patching Adobe Flash Player and Acrobat Reader. And this is something that is there for years. For some reasons, those products, and okay, I'm mentioning them, but there are other products that are vulnerable, month after month, year after year. Look at those big series of vulnerabilities or security advisories being published just for 3 months. It's, by the way, interesting because if you zoom into it, or if you click on, you see that the priority for that vulnerability is 1. I don't even know what it is. Is it higher or lower than priority 3? Anyway, so small digression. Now, the thing is that, dealing with those, let's say, normal vulnerabilities when they are published and they are patched, when there are patches for them, it's something that mature organizations already do and have to do and know how to do, more or less. I'm not saying it's trivial, but it's doable. And mature organizations, do harden their configurations, disable unnecessary products or services, use maybe more secure alternatives. As an example, a couple of years ago, CERN has decided to move to other alternative PDF reader. And we apply, or organizations do apply patches in a timely manner and so on. This is all protection, but it's extremely important to not forget that there is no way to protect yourself fully, and therefore investing upfront in detection and response mechanisms is absolutely crucial. If we just try to do, or any organization that just tries to do the top part is doomed. All this, you probably had desktop computers in mind when you see that list, but of course all of this, those ideas or rules apply also to servers or services. Things get a bit more complicated because of trends such as virtualizations, cloud hosting, automatic provisioning, federated identities, and so on. So all of a sudden, we have to patch multiple layers of software. And last year, I remember personally I was dealing with trying to make sure that certain patches, necessary patches are applied to glibc library, to kernel of the thousands of machines that we run, to different layers of virtualization, to some systems like Drupal and so on different layers. So all this looks reasonably understood, but of course then there are three actually major problems that make things much more complicated. So one of them is shadow IT. By shadow IT, I mean anytime that someone decides to set up their private service or private server not supported by IT department in a given organization, this is where problems start. And we see it all the time, and it's extremely hard to control, especially in an open organization such as CERN with academic freedom. People just set up their own things, and eventually they don't maintain it. And we had a compromised Drupal server, which was not a central server, but a server just set up by someone somewhere a few years ago, and then not maintained. So it was outdated, and of course it got compromised, and then we had to deal with the consequences and investigate and manage the incident. So this is one issue. Of course, maybe in other environments, you are able to control your environment more, and people are not able to set up whatever they want, but still people try. The other problem is Internet of Things, and of course I couldn't not mention this. I'll come to that in a moment. And then the third thing is legacy systems, which no one really may know exactly how they work or what they do exactly, but everyone is afraid of turning them off. There are no patches, or maybe they were even homegrown, home-written. So let's look into this very, very quickly. Internet of Things, it may be the story of this famous, iFridge or smart toaster in your home, which is kind of still a thing of a future, although we have still already at home so many connected devices. But if you think about it, we already have Internet of Things at CERN or in any organization. For example, network printers that have web interfaces. For example, security cameras or any other devices that are connected, or actually control systems to technical infrastructure. So, and there are many problems. I'll just really briefly mention them. Those devices, or any device that you can connect, usually they come with many, many features enabled by default, which is like opposite to what you would normally do in security. Usually there is no security built in. So there is no security engineering when the whole product, hardware, software was designed. They are connected, so remotely accessible very often. They have different interfaces, sometimes interfaces that you were not even aware of on some non-standard ports. And they're of course interconnected, so it's hard to put them behind some firewalls. They usually come with weak default settings, and some default passwords that you can Google for. And it happens so often. I think everyone has those stories. For example, we had beautiful, nice coffee machines at CERN, and then basically people managed to Google for default passwords and have coffee for free for some short period, fortunately. So this happens. And then they are, of course, very hard to, or impossible to patch. Hard because it's just so cumbersome to patch those devices, and we have hundreds of those devices potentially, eventually we will have, and each of them has a different patching mechanism, or maybe even patches or updates are not available because the vendor just doesn't care. And the vendors don't care, or because customers don't care. Customers are not willing to pay more for security. What is security? I want my camera to work or my whatever device to work, right? I will not spend more time on this, but there is an interesting book that has recently been published by Bruce Schneier, who examines this topic of how security of those interconnected physical devices changes everything. Because now those devices actually not only, security is now not only about data, it's actually about property. Think of your home security system. It's about life. Think of self-driving cars, which may and will get hacked. All right, and then the other problem that I mentioned is legacy systems, so this is just a screenshot of a colleague of mine that tried to do penetration testing against CERN domain controller, and actually unfortunately managed using NTLM proxies. So in fact, this is a man-in-the-middle attack to get domain admin privileges, which in any organization basically is a game over. Any attacker gets this, they own the whole organization. So, and this was unfortunately possible, now it's fixed, because of some old system that was basically allowing this kind of attack somewhere. We find other things, and I'm mentioning them because I think any organization faces this kind of problems. So this is code from 2004, piece of code, which was running as root until quite recently on those thousands and thousands of batch computers that we use for physics computations. And well, it's in Perl. In Perl, you can do horrible things. And in fact, here, this very single line contains two separate local privilege escalations that would allow a local unauthorized or unprivileged user to get root privileges. I'll not discuss details, of course. Now, the question is, how did we find it? And we have not. It was just reported by some user to us who said, look, I found this, maybe you should look at it. So then we said, how did you find it? And the user said, well, I was in a usual boring meeting and I just listed processes on some public Linux cluster because I was just curious what is running there. So for me, this is amazing. This shows what people can do, how creative they are when they are bored. So in this moment, it was very positive. Of course, it could be negative. So yes, we do often rely on old and unfortunately vulnerable code. But then who knew how to code? Actually, can you raise your hands if you are convinced that you knew how to do secure coding back in 2004? All right. Convinced maybe it was a strong word, but maybe I should even ask, who knows now how to do secure coding? Okay, no, let's not raise your hands. But this is still non-trivial. By the way, there is a workshop this afternoon by my colleague Hani about this. And this is an important topic, secure coding. All right. But the real target eventually is users. And users are the easiest target, really, or the easiest way the easiest attack vector. We see this kind of emails all the time. I think any place, any individual also sees them. We see actually less ransomware than last year or 2 years ago. More extortion scams, which are basically maybe easier and certainly more effective, apparently. Where they say, the email would say, dear user, your computer is infected, and I recorded you where you were visiting some website that you shouldn't have been visiting, and so on, and I'll send it to all your contacts. And basically, this is apparently a major threat. Let me show you something that we faced. This one actually we saw also at CERN, obviously, but let me show you something that we saw just in December last year, where this guy Giovanni sent an email to all his, so he was a team leader, he sent an email to all his colleagues saying, no, please see the attached thing for your action. Regards, Giovanni. And there's a PDF document, scan.pdf. All right, so it looks kind of a bit strange already. In fact, you know, if your mail client allows you to see the sender, the real email address, it's office.outlook@yandex.com. This is not Giovanni, obviously, right? But then not all mail clients let you see it. So actually, this was in the morning, and then in the evening, one of those recipients was kind of skeptical, so said, you know, dear Giovanni, I think this might be phishing. Can you confirm? Thanks. Now, but okay, send it, of course, without knowing, to this malicious email address, right? Within 5 minutes, the attacker responded, hi, this is safe and secure to access. Get back to me as soon as you can, as you get this. Regards, Giovanni. Right? So it's interesting that there was really someone responding, you know, within minutes in the evening, at least European time, you know. All right, so you may say, come on, who falls for it? Well, people do. So let me show you what happens if you open the PDF. Well, first you have to open the PDF to fall for it. Then this PDF says, you know, it's a secure document, so you need to download it from here. So you click, second action. Then there's a pop-up window. Let me make it bigger for you. This document is trying to connect to ruedesnunu.com. What is ruedesnunu.com, right? Okay, do you allow, not? Yes, so some people would, you know, if you need to go forward, you have to click allow, third action. Then it goes to ruedesnunu.com, then it goes to some other domain in Australia, so it really is redirection somewhere else. And basically what you eventually see is this kind of online, so it's not a scan anymore, it's not a PDF document anymore, you know, it's a completely different story, but it's a Excel online document, or at least seemingly, which pops up this, you know, window, simple window, you know, to type in your password. Fourth action. And unfortunately, some people did it. It's amazing, but they did it. You know, you had to do 4 wrong decisions to go there. Actually, that person didn't even put their CERN password here. They put their local Mac password, which is like, wouldn't work anyway, right? So, but okay, at least it was more secure. So they didn't expose their CERN password. So, you know, you may laugh or you may say that, you know, this is so obvious, why would people go for it, fall for it? And they unfortunately do, because an email, this is very effective, social engineering is very effective, and email is still the main attack vector against organizations and individuals. It is ideal for targeted social attacks. You can really, you know, send it to who you want with message that you want. It is particularly hard to control. The thing is that it is often underestimated by security professionals, you know, who underestimate the challenges involved, the costs, the limitations to any protection measures. So obviously, 2, you know, techniques, attack techniques, are malicious attachment, and there are good protections, and I think it's important to have those protections in place, even if there are, you know, never 100%. But there are, you know, appliances or systems that would try to so-called detonate or kind of open those attachments in emails, incoming emails, in some sandbox environment, so detonate them and simulate user interaction and see if the attachment triggers some malicious activities, maybe some malicious network connectivity. But the other attack vector is, or technique is links to either phishing or malware websites, and this is incredibly difficult to protect against, because basically no automatic system can visit links in emails. Why not? For privacy reasons, because this link may unsubscribe the recipient from some mailing list. This link may confirm something, or maybe this link can be accessed only once. So if an automatic system, you know, opens the link, then the legitimate user recipient will not be able to do so. Now, obviously, user education and endpoint protections are a key line of defense, and this is what we have to invest in. This is also what we do at CERN. With mailing awareness campaigns, which I will show you maybe for your amusement. So we send emails that look like malicious, that include a link which goes back to us, so we can see how many people click. And then if people click on the links, nothing bad happens, of course, but they're redirected to this page that explains them, you know, this is not a good idea to click on random links, and what are different things that you could try to see in the email that could maybe hint you that this was not a legitimate message. Does anyone want to guess, or do you want to guess the click rate? So what percentage of people actually click on those emails? And they're not sophisticated. Half. 9? No, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. No. It is, 20 to even, well, now 15%. Bearing in mind that those emails do include, typing mistakes on purpose. They were crafted not by us, because we could do much better. They were crafted by some external students from some university without any inside CERN knowledge. They clearly come not from, because it's so fake, so easy to spoof sender, but we explicitly put sender at, for example, someone at cern.com and not cern.ch and so on. So, still, I would say this is still a big number, because if we all of a sudden have 20 or 15% of compromised accounts or computers, this is bad. Well, better than half, I agree. And then the problem is also that it's hard to react to ongoing incidents. Well, this graph is not very good, but people click within minutes after receiving the email. People are so fast on clicking on emails. It's like even they were sitting and waiting for the email to come and waiting to click. That's amazing. It takes them minutes, or within an hour, half of the people already clicked. Now, some people say, I didn't click, but I forwarded this to a colleague, and he clicked to see the page. So there will always be, interesting cases. So with this, of course, I could cover so many other domains, and really this is a very, very brief overview of where we are and what we see, and from a certain perspective, so I missed many important topics, I absolutely agree. I'm happy that Yusuf mentioned the privacy aspect, which is extremely interesting and extremely important, which is slightly outside of what I covered. But trying to conclude this part, I think we should come back to the, people and technology. It is hard to make them work together. And this picture, do you see what's wrong on this picture actually? Yes, well, exactly. So this is not a fake picture. I had a colleague who just learned to use a mouse this way. And if you think about it, this is very tricky actually, because all the movements are completely, it's hard to use a mouse upside down. But he learned to use the mouse upside down, and he was very proficient in it. He couldn't use it otherwise. So this shows that even if you design a technology to be used in a certain way, there will always be users who will use it wrong, in the wrong way, right? So maybe it's an unsolvable problem. Or maybe people are just creative enough to use technologies the way they want, and it works for them, and eventually will be also creative enough and good enough to be able to, use technologies in a secure ways and be not only the source of the threat, but also the part of the solution. And with this, I conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. In this session, we will not be taking questions. All our speakers will be participating in the panels. After the coffee break and the panels, there will be plenty of time for Q&A, and you can always ask questions that reflect back on the talks from the morning. Our second speaker, an invited speaker in this plenary session, is Ms. Zeina Aoun. Ms. Aoun is an IT security senior expert with more than 19 years of experience in the field of security. 11 of those 19 years have been in France. She worked with big firms before, like Schlumberger, then Atos Origins, as a senior security expert and security technical director. Currently, she's the head of IT security division in the Central Bank of Lebanon, and that's since 2011. The Central Bank of Lebanon, as we all know, is probably the highest risk organization from a financial perspective. It's the backbone of our financial system, and probably the issues and the challenges that they face can be classified among the highest risk. So probably no one envies Ms. Aoun and her team on the responsibilities that they have to deal with on an everyday basis. Ms. Aoun lectures already. She was involved in academia, so she teaches on IT security at the Faculty of Engineering, AUB, and at the Lebanese University. She has a telecommunications engineering diploma from AUB and a master's degree, again specialized in networks and security from Telecom Paris. Let's please welcome Ms. Aoun.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here with you today in this very interesting initiative done by AUB, the Cybersecurity Day. So I think I have between 15 to 20 minutes, so I'll try to be compliant to this. So what we will see today is BDL Threat Landscape 2018. I will present to you first the worldwide threat landscape in another angle that has been also presented by Sébastien. Then we will focus rapidly on some major threats that BDL was experiencing this year in terms of cyber threats. We will discuss a little bit the advanced IT security strategy of BDL by focusing on the innovative security solutions that we are putting in place. And finally, on the heart of all this, we'll speak about our security operations, how we do in a way to detect the attacks and to anticipate them on the correct time. So well, you know, this year in 2018 also, hackers did not rest. So neither we did. So they are always looking onto windows or doors where they can penetrate in order to have access to the data. So if you have a look on 2018, again, we see as per Verizon Data Breach Report, you will see also that this year also, the main attention for the hackers was wherever there is money. In fact, they want to convert everything they see into cash. And by how? By stealing the credentials of correct targets in order to be able to arrive, in fact, to their target. So through internal attacks, through external attacks, if you have a look, in fact, in more details, you will see that this year also has been marked by organized crimes. It's not only by individuals that are sending individual attacks, but organized dangerous organized crimes. If you look to the different attacks that we are seeing, there are a lot of similarities, but they are being done in different ways. So, and internal threats were very important this year also. You have for sure heard about a lot of incidents related to this. You will see here that the top assets are databases where resides the main critical information, and the top data compromised is personal. This is where GDPR, which was effective this year in May 2018, was very important to say to the people, pay attention, what are you doing? Stop communicating your personal data. Stop storing your personal data or your critical data inside your networks without protecting them. So this is very important. Now, in terms of techniques that I have used, what is the technique number one used in 2018 for accessing the data? It has just been described by Sébastien. It is phishing through social engineering. And it is becoming more and more convincing, unfortunately, to detect phishing emails. Some of them are very basic, but more and more phishing emails are more convincing, and people fell inside these types of techniques. So if you look to 2018, you will see that it is more and more URL phishing emails than attachment phishing emails. Okay, let us have a look on 2017. You all heard about WannaCry with this ransomware that is installed on your PC. And it's even not a file. It is a Word document or PDF document that contains, in fact, a macro. You click on this macro, and you will have the malware inside your PC. Now, in 2018, there are still ransomware for sure with malicious attachments, but we are seeing more and more phishing campaigns with URL. Why it is harder to detect? Because it takes more time to write an URL. You need to write an URL in order to make sure that this URL is malicious or not. How do you protect yourself? By First, by awareness, because as you all know, in fact, the users are the first line of defense. Then, in fact, you have technical solutions to put in place in order to detect the zero-day attacks that can be circulated with these type of emails. What does sandboxing mean? This means that I detect through sandboxing, through simulating the attack, I can know if this is is it a malware or not. Because the zero-day attack does not have a signature, does not have a patch. So you cannot know if it is really a malicious malware or not. So this is why, in fact, as organizations, you need to have, in fact, sandboxing techniques coupled to your email security solutions. With your standard email security solution, you will detect maybe, 80% of the attacks that can be circulated by email. But what about that 20% that could be 0 days, that could be advanced persistent threats that may sit into your network and take time, and you will take time to detect them. So this is why it is very important. And interesting to note also that most of them were banking Trojans. The malware that have been circulated through emails were banking Trojans that were accessing banking organizations. And with the digital currency and cryptocurrency, we have seen a rise in cryptocurrency mining software, where in fact, you will pay as a hacker, the hacker will pay instead of the user, he'll take his identity, he'll spoof his identity, and he will do payments or cryptocurrency mining without even that the user knows about it. He does not know anything, because here, you even do not need to have his authorization to do the mining. Now, in terms of BDL, well, we had a busy year also this year. In fact, you will see it's the first technique that was used, it's through social engineering, through phishing, mainly through phishing emails. We just had one, in fact, the last trimester in 2018, which was called the Muddy Water. It was targeted, this was one targeted from an organized crime BDL. This Muddy Water is circulated through also an attachment. And what happens, in fact, you click on the attachment, and there is a backdoor that is installed on your PC, and the backdoor opens the door, in fact, to the outsiders in order to steal the credentials of critical business users inside the organization of BDL. So this has been, for sure, in fact, stopped, in fact, on the boundary by our DMZ's sandboxing solutions. So a lot of them, I won't have the time to detail them, but you will see ransomware, backdoors, APTs, and especially the sandboxing evading APTs. Because hackers are becoming more and more sophisticated. They will detect that you have sandbox inside your organization. So your solutions need to be innovative and intelligent to make sure, in fact, that this cannot be done. Credential stealing, this is the main technique that is used in order the hackers arrive to their target and steal money from the organizations. Lot of URL leading to fake accounts. We had this with a lot of, in fact, web mails, etc., or trying to access web mails, etc. So this is why not only solutions are important, this is where policies and processes inside your organizations are important in order not to open, in fact, in terms of category of webs, whatever is needed. In terms of malware that could be circulated through the use of USB, through downloads from internet, that could be installed from emails, we had different types of them. We had exploits. You know, the exploit category of exploit in security means that it will exploit anything that could be vulnerable inside your operating system, your applications that could not be patched mainly at the latest version. We had a lot of also policy violation, in fact, where, in fact, for example, through this malware, I can breach the policy of BDL, which says, for example, we cannot go onto social networking networks from the BDL network. So this is by policy, in fact, prohibited. Code execution, privilege access, and then different hacking techniques. And what is very dangerous is that most of these hacking techniques begin with reconnaissance attack. What are the reconnaissance attacks? Scanning, exactly, through scanning, through TCP scans, through UDP scans, port scans, that generally your intrusion prevention system inside the network will detect them. But hackers, if you see, they will know what you have. They may guess what you have. Okay, maybe your scans, if they are inside the window, let's say, of 10 seconds, you have a lot of scans, the IPS will block them. But an intelligent hacker, for example, will space his scans in order for your systems not to block them, but to detect them. They won't be in high priority. They will be locked, but they won't be blocked. And maybe you are not in front of your systems, and you will not know that there has been a UDP scan that has been, in fact, inside your network. So this is very interesting. DDoS attacks, you all know, we had been victim, all Lebanon had been victim to a lot of DDoS attacks. This is where it is very important, and we are seeing it when we speak, for example, about websites. Hosting websites without a DDoS mitigation technique is very dangerous. I mean, it is impossible to face DDoS without DDoS mitigation techniques. So this is why it's important when we host our website to make sure, in fact, that we have the minimal security mitigation techniques that exist. Not only IPS and firewalls, but also web application firewalls to detect web application attacks, to detect SQL injection, cross-site scripting, etc. And in fact, for sure, in fact, have the necessary monitoring related to this. The other are standards, you all know them, the brute force attacks to detect the passwords. We had a lot of man in the middle, even through web, even through DNS. In fact, these attacks have been all countered. Hijacking, DNS impersonalization. We are facing more and more DNS impersonalization attempts, in fact, and you have seen also in the Middle East, you have just seen the DNS hijacking attempts that have been done, in fact, where you think, in fact, you are on the correct domain, but you have been hijacked through the man in the middle attack, where, in fact, for example, some emails are sent as, for example, let's say BDL, but it's not BDL that is sending the email, so users may click, in fact, this is a mail sent by BDL. This is where this is very important to have with your providers, your email security providers, your internet providers, DNS impersonalization technique in order to detect and block and even anticipate these types of attacks. The evasion techniques, we have spoke about it, the web application attacks also, and here I mention SBDL, you all know maybe the national payment systems that we share with our banks and financial institutions, where the system is highly critical, نظام الدفع الوطني. In fact, we use it and banks use it to move payments from accounts to others through BDL. This is where the responsibility in terms of security for BDL is very important. This is where our public key infrastructure that we host in-house, that we are installing, that we installed and are managing by ourselves is very important because it provides the private keys necessary to the different banks to prove their identities in order to be able to do the necessary transactions in a secure way. This is where we speak about strong authentication. And through these systems, the difficulty is what? Is not only to block the non-authorized users. Okay, maybe a bank is not authorized to speak with us. They don't have the necessary smart card that hosts their private key. This is how we work in the نظام الدفع الوطني. Through a smart card that hosts the private key of the users, they will authenticate themselves to our systems and will say, okay, BDL, we are, let's say, Bank AUB, so we are authorized to do that transaction. Very well. Anyone else that is not authorized to our different multi-layered security system on our router, on our firewall, on our IPS, etc., will not be authorized. But what if an authorized user, unintentionally, for example, has a compromised PC and he already opened an IPsec VPN or whatever, an HTTPS TLS session, he's authorized. And he non-intentionally sends an SQL injection or, in fact, code execution. This is where, in fact, the BDL network could be, in this case, compromised. This is where it is very important, in fact, to protect this type of attacking techniques and never say that it's okay, I already protected. It's really a continuous improvement approach, and you need to follow up with the latest technologies, with the latest threats in order to be able not only to defend, but to anticipate these attacks. Now, in terms of prediction 2019, lot of predictions, going from ransomware, going from APTs, where the malware can sit inside your network and you could know it after, for example, 6 months, or after even 7 or 9, it can go to 1 year. You imagine a malware stealing your data, or stealing your credentials, or stealing your online passwords in order to be able to do e-banking or e-payment is sitting on your network for 6 months, for example. This is where, in fact, it's important to prevent the internal attacks as much as possible. It's good to have perimeter. It's good to have multi-layered security inside your network. But there are really sometimes basic protection measures that we say it's basic, and you don't know it. How many times our servers are left with default logins, with default passwords? How many times, in fact, we don't install an identity and access management solution for our users? It's very important, in fact, especially the administrators, to segregate the roles of administrators. Why do I need an administrator account on a business user PC that never installs a program on his PC, or never runs an application that needs administration access? So there are this type of security policies that can be achieved and implemented in order to prevent this. Now, in fact, you all know the insider technique that he uses. He begins by reconnaissance, then he identifies his target, then data acquisition and exfiltration through botnet techniques, in fact, that can be shared with command and control servers. Very important to have privileged access management solution in order to be able to detect and defend this type of attacks. Now, the strategy I already provide you examples when speaking about threats, but let us complete, and I will take maximum 5 minutes to finish. We cannot speak about the two main regulations in 2018, the GDPR, you all know about it, for protecting your personal data. GDPR that says to the user, stop communicating your information. Stop putting your information onto Facebook without even asking, without even looking onto the first statement that Facebook is saying to you, and you are agreeing on it without reading it because it's 10 pages. Stop, for example, accepting on your mobiles to access your mobile remotely in order to be able to do whatever type of application or whatever type of software that you install on your mobile. Your personal data is your right. You have the right to communicate, to ask, in fact, the data processor, to ask the data controller that defines the objective for your data processing. You have the right to tell them, why do you need my personal info? For how much time you will be storing them? After, when I don't need it, I have the right to erase it. You have the right to erase data that belongs to you. And the data processors that protect these data, store these data, and protect them for the users, they need to have the necessary security solutions in order to protect this data, like data classification, data leakage, data encryption, etc. So, and of course, there is a regulation related to القانون حماية المعلومات الشخصية وقانون المعلومات حماية transactions electronic, يلي in fact was effective in January 2019. Where BDL has a big input in this law, ورح تشوفوا section ل BDL in fact that speaks about المعاملات المصرفية through smart cards and how to protect them, and as certification authority, what is needed in terms of security requirements to be able to provide PKI-based applications, PKI-enabled applications for any type of company, Lebanese company, that will provide these type of services. Then, in fact, in terms of strategy, we do not speak only about IT security solutions. We speak about IT security governance, IT security compliance. In BDL, it's not only an IT concern, nor an IT security concern only. It's business concern. It's management concern. Management, they need to know about the IT security, and they need to work with us in order to be able to define, and this is what happens in BDL through the different IT security committee where we share the roadmap and we implement it. The security awareness training program is very important, and in 2019, we'll be launching, in fact, fake simulating phishing campaigns, where in fact we will educate the users through fake emails, and they will know when they click that they clicked on a fake URL, and in fact we will know for sure how many people clicked on this URL. We have a big security program. I won't go through it, but that goes from endpoint security through the network security up to the application security, with our reference, which is our PKI base that we use internally for smart card logon on our PCs, for signing, in fact, electronic documents, and that we use also for our partners that use our platforms to connect securely. And in fact, one very important thing is that basic firewalls are very important, for example, but they are not sufficient anymore. You need to migrate to next generation. You need to understand the application, layer 7 application information. You need to detect any behavior analytics that is abnormal. This is what happens more and more nowadays in the security environment. A user has an activity day 1, day 2, his activity, okay, is similar, different, but more or less similar. Day 3, there is something in this user that made that there is a peak for this user. He have done something abnormal. This is where I detect and I anticipate these type of attacks. One important thing is that this year we'll be launching, in addition to the NPS, the PayGov. With the PayGov, we'll be using our PKI infrastructure and our multi-layered security solution to secure not only banking transactions, but also, in fact, transactions with governments, with army, etc. So this will really simplify the life of a lot of users. We spoke about our security solution. We spoke about classification and protection in order to protect data, not only in rest, but also in move. And also about the encryption. For example, sending encrypting email with smart cards used for signing, and in fact, these emails based on our PKI. And a big challenge now you are all facing is the virtualization with this type of public cloud and private cloud. In BDL, we are building our own private cloud. You all know that the virtual security solutions offer security solutions, but you need, in fact, to add yours in order to have the same objectives of security inside your organizations, in firewalls, in endpoint security. Maybe you have performance concerns. You say, I need agentless endpoint security in order to be able to protect. And finally, at the heart of all this, our Security Operations Center, that in fact, through threat scenarios and correlation rules, will help us to eliminate the noise and in fact, to stop losing time on alerts that are false positive, thanks to correlation techniques, thanks to processes and policies that we have in place. And you all know also that threat hunting is very important, but it needs to be as much as possible near to the reality. So if you have a vulnerability, can the hacker use this vulnerability against you? What if you have 10 vulnerabilities and you don't have the time, in fact, to correct them all? You need to know how to prioritize your remediation plan thanks to the risk assessment approach. Thank you. I will finish just by saying cybersecurity now is not an option. It is a culture in your life. And in fact, your data privacy is your right also in this life, so that both of them, privacy and security, you need to protect them very well and very preciously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Ms. Aoun, for this very interesting presentation. And I think more will follow in panel 3, where you'll be one of our panelists. We have 3 more invited talks in this session. Again, these are expected to be up to 15 minutes each, just providing very high-level overview on different dimensions related to the field of cybersecurity. Our next presentation will be given by Mr. Hani Dia. Hani is the co-founder and CEO of CEVIS, a cybersecurity company based in Lebanon that's launching a crowdsourcing platform for penetration testing and working with universities and companies to promote secure code development. And Sebastian highlighted the importance of secure code development. For the past 20 years, Hani worked for Cisco, SAP, and other IT solution providers covering the Middle East and Africa regions. He's an alumnus of the American University of Beirut with a Bachelor's of Engineering in Computer and Communications Engineering. Hani will be talking about artificial and human intelligence to secure corporate data. Hani, the floor is yours.
Take 16 minutes. Yeah.
All right, good morning. Okay. So I'm going to start with this, if it works. DIA 1, 2, 3, 4. Any guess what would that be? Ah, okay, that's obvious. So yeah, I'm putting this, I'm starting with that because it's like when you're a medical doctor and you advise your patients not to smoke, and then you smoke. I also, as a security professional, feel that we have to be the same, and we say use strong passwords, use strong passwords. And I fell for this, and I used this on multiple accounts. And in order to prepare for this presentation and before you start hacking and try this on multiple potential emails and others, I had to change 20 or 30 access in different places. Okay, and again, it's a major issue. And I think Zena just mentioned the importance of password security. And the recent report by Verizon confirms just that, like 76% of breaches, of corporate breaches, involve weak password, as simple as that. And that was an interesting also finding when I was researching about passwords and the actually habit of changing or using the right password, is that many people prefer to clean toilets rather than actually change their password. And it is painful, really. I mean, to change the passwords, all the passwords I used, or DIA 1, 2, 3, 4, or multiple accounts. It wasn't my email, by the way. At least in the email side, I used a very secure password. But in order to change that, I had to wait until the last minute to actually do it because, again, nobody likes to do it. And actually went a bit further and checked. There are multiple websites. If you can put a typical password, it can tell you how fast a normal computer code would need to actually crack it. So in my case, my very simple and weak password would take around 2 hours. I could have added just one little character and it would have been really more difficult to crack it. And it would have been around 4 weeks to do it. And if I have used this password, it would have been 10 million years. Okay, so this is the kind of password that we should all be actually trying to use. But you might say it's a very difficult one. How can you remember all these characters? Yeah, I think this is why we use our birthdays and first names and last names and so on and pets names. But the recommendation by security professionals is to use acronyms for a long type of phrase. Could be a song, could be anything. In this case here it is, I love my mother-in-law so much since year 2000. Yeah, I do. I'm recording this, making it a proof. Yeah, I'm telling her to watch now on live on YouTube. Yeah, so I get a lot of credit for that. On the other side, a password like Abu Guza takes 2 minutes to crack. Yeah, and why I'm mentioning Abu Guza, because it's actually a password for a friend of mine who recently got hacked, and apparently by the same hacker same hacker that Sebastian showed us earlier. And this guy received an email from a hacker who's saying he compromised his operating system. And he also saying that he took some pictures and videos to his camera, which, by the way, many of us today are just trying to close when we're not using it because it's becoming a real issue. And he threatened, in the case of the email I saw from Sebastian, it was around $500. This guy asked for $774. So probably he got greedy and asked for more. And again, he's threatening him. Luckily for my friend, he knew he had nothing to hide, or at least this is what he told me. Maybe he paid and didn't say, but he said there was nothing to hide, so he didn't pay. He restarted everything. He had backed up his photos previously. So it worked well for him, yeah? But again, it could be simply cracking a password of an email account, and then from there, everything starts. So the takeaway from this, I'm starting with this, because most of the cybersecurity things we can do, or let's say to be more safe in cyber probably are potentially, or like 76% or 58%, like the studies say, are about managing the password stuff, all right? And these are 4 recommendations that you could remember. Use a long phrase. If you love your mother-in-law as well, you can use that. Don't reuse it. Really use multiple passwords in multiple accounts. And people these days are using either a password manager. There are so many password managers you can log in and put your passwords. Or you could use a book or use a code, whatever that is. But definitely don't use the same password across all accounts. And definitely backup. So many of us are also lazy the same way we're lazy in changing his password. We're lazy in actually backing up. So backup, disconnect your backup when you're not using it. If ransomware hits your laptop or PC, at least you have a way to recover everything. All right? So we'll jump from that simple thing into the Industrial Revolution, the 4th Industrial Revolution, what everyone is talking about today. Okay, and there is a very big hype about it. And I think suddenly we started talking about it because now we have more data. Yeah, and if we have more data, and we have the algorithms and the logic and the expertise to analyze it, yeah, AI started to becoming more and more relevant. But there are some speculations. Probably you've seen these quotes, but there are speculations that AI would not help our business or help our world. It might bring it to an end. Okay, probably these are extreme, but again, it shows you that no one still understands where the trend is going. Are we helping develop something that eventually would harm us? And again, we wouldn't know. And people are calling it the 4th Industrial Revolution for a reason, because the first 3 revolutions, so we're talking about the machines, the mechanization, the power stream, the assembly line, and up to the computer and automation, they were all about replacing muscles with machines. This is what it was really mainly about, right? So move from physical, hard labor stuff into more of an automated and done by machines. And what AI is promising is to replace brains by computer code, okay? That's the promise of the artificial intelligence. Now, we need to separate the hype from the actual what's happening today, right? So there are definitely certain areas where AI is proving to be very useful, very beneficial, and there are cases in cybersecurity we'll mention in a minute. But it's also important to understand that it is not like magic. It will not just suddenly be able to do everything that a human does. So we need to be really conscious about what AI promises are. And I use an example just to show that when we count on AI to decide on our behalf, we receive certain false positives, yeah, like the case of what happened with Google back in 2015, when the Google Photos AI confused colored people and mentioned gorillas as a label. That was an automatic label. The same way it detects a plane or detects anything else, it put the wrong label in there, which was, again, very embarrassing for Google. There are similar cases for every other technology vendor around the world. But the point is not this. The point is, even in cybersecurity, when we say, okay, AI is the solution, yes, it is useful, it's going to help us. But if we say AI is the solution, we will also have false positives, and we will also have false negatives, correct? So we need to keep that in mind before we start jumping and say, let's just put AI, and AI would solve the day. Okay, so the reason why the challenges are in AI to make the right verdict, and especially in cybersecurity, is because, as we said, AI requires data, yeah? Massive amount of data that needs to be correlated and analyzed. And in the case of cybersecurity, like many of you in companies and organizations would feel uncomfortable in making a tool or a software get access to all your information or to ship it to the cloud. And many technology vendors these days are asking customers just that. Yeah? Give me your metadata. I'll put it on the cloud, and it will help us correlate the massive amount of information, and then from there analyze what can be done. Yeah, and I had discussions with few customers, and it made me think, yeah, this is true. Yeah, what if at the end the AI or the cloud is a code, and code has vulnerabilities, and if that gets exploited, it's a disaster, okay? But if we don't give or don't feed the AI machine enough data, there will be no right verdict. So we'll always have certain issues around, is this the right decision? Is this bad? Is this good? We'll always have this kind of dilemma. Now, few things, again, at least to give credit to the AI development in cybersecurity, there are areas where it really did help. Okay? Four. So there are areas where it would help, really, areas like in threat intelligence, attribution, and so on. I'll jump quickly to an interesting story in my last 4 minutes, and this is something that inspired us to start our business. We hardly understand what AI is, and then Amazon comes and says it's AAI, artificial intelligence. And their story comes from an old machine in the 18th century that was supposed to be a robot, a chess-playing robot that beats humans. And, but in fact, it was nothing but a person, a chess master, hidden inside that box. Nobody can see it, and he was actually playing against humans and winning. He even won Napoleon Bonaparte, and later, when it was used in the US, Benjamin Franklin, and many others. So what Amazon did, they created a web service with an API and said any programmer today can use that API to tap into the minds of people. Okay, so it's a completely different way of thinking about it. We want the computers or artificial intelligence to replace people, but then we're putting a human inside it as well, all right? And there are so many applications for that. One of them is the analysis of pictures for inappropriate content, or analyzing voice, audio, or transcribing, whatever. You can see millions of information or examples on Amazon mTurk. And there are some fun ones you can look at as well. Someone who created a 1,000 sheep project, asking everyone to draw a sheep, put it on one place, and then sell a pack of 6 sheep to people and use certain proceeds to charity, or make 2,000 people sing chunks of a song and then combine it into one. So you can look into that. But the interesting thing is, mTurk, this web service by Amazon, is also today helping develop better AI. So you find people who are annotating content, annotating information, and helping build the models for many AIs for different companies. That inspired us. This is where the idea of our company came, is we want to tap into the minds of people, but we want to get them to help in providing better cybersecurity. So we launched a service that is crowdsourced penetration testing that brings the best community of experts and then help organizations find the bugs. Same way you've seen places where they award people, we will award also our researchers to do that. To date, we have more than 30. Yeah, we're starting with 30 from multiple nationalities within our Middle East region, and we expect that to grow. And again, these guys would start by providing the penetration service, but we aspire to also become like mTurk, able to support systems, able to support operation centers to provide a better advice or a verdict for, in order to say this is bad or this is good. All right, quickly on the coding part, we know, or that's a study by Carnegie Mellon University, that every line of code, every software has around 20 to 30 bugs per 1,000 line of code. So in the case of an operating system like Microsoft 10, it is estimated to have 50 million line of code. And in the case of today's typical cars, it's estimated that it has around 100 million line of code. So imagine, do the math and see the number of potential bugs that this can have. That's why we said, instead of just trying to fix the problem when it happens and do a penetration testing and find bugs, we want to also put an effort on educating how to develop a secure code. And that's the objective of our afternoon workshop. And we will really reward, we'll do a tournament. It's kind of a game. We'll give codes that has errors and bugs, and we'll ask people to actually find them. And we're going to recognize the top performers and encourage them to keep doing that. Last thing to the undergrad, I mean, I love this university, and I wanted to share last thing, Dr. Zahar, with the guys before they graduate. I picked the first job I had, so probably many of you would do the same. I wouldn't blame you. I mean, there aren't many jobs. But if you look at something that you're passionate for and you're good at, and it pays well, because we all want to make a living anyway, that would be a jackpot, okay? And if it happens that cybersecurity is something you would feel the passion, yeah, there's definitely job opportunities over there, and we'll talk about it later. Would like you to join our community. We're building the best community of people to deliver better cybersecurity for everyone. So would love to have you, and would love to see how we can together make a better and safer cybersecurity. Okay? With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hani. We move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Mr. Karim Abellama. He's a pre-sales manager working for RSA, Dell Technologies, Cybersecurity Business Unit. Karim is a cybersecurity professional who has spent the last 10 years in the Middle East region, helping customers address various challenges related to the security disciplines. Many we have already heard about this morning, focusing on aspects such as threat detection and response, identity assurance and management, threat and vulnerability management, network and endpoint forensics, among others. Karim has a master's degree in networks and systems security from the Faculty of Engineering from USG here in Lebanon. Karim, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahir. Hi, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Great. Excellent. I'm actually very excited to be here among you. I've been myself a student 10 years ago. I graduated from the Faculty of Engineering in USG, and I've had the chance to work for the last 7 years with RSA. So RSA is one of the oldest, I would say, cybersecurity vendors in the industry. It got founded in 1992, developed RSA algorithm, the crypto algorithm, that is kind of pretty known to everyone and used in so many applications worldwide. Today, I'd like to take a slightly different angle in sharing with you how RSA is helping customers addressing the most pressing cybersecurity challenges that we're seeing. And again, we're privileged because we kind of sit with CISOs, CIOs, and also technical teams as well. So we really understand challenges. Everything that was mentioned around identity access management, threat detection, security operation, consumer fraud is something I'd like to quickly touch on. Obviously, I have 15 minutes, so I have to make it a bit quick, but I'm happy to take after in the panel maybe some questions as well. So Dr. Asfour mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that we live in a digital era where, and we're actually witnessing that digital transformation with being part of Dell Technologies. We kind of see it every single day with our customers. What that means, and you've heard so many examples today from the other speakers that actually spoke before me, is really mind-blowing, really. So what used to be in the past confined to small perimeters, today with the adoption of cloud and IoT and millions of applications and billion of connected devices, it's really, information is really exploding. And with that comes the notion of risk. So how do we really manage all of that? The traditional risk was actually more of kind of business risk, or what is known as risk in the organization that I can measure and have countermeasures on. But today, with companies wanting to be very competitive. They want to actually sell quickly. Yeah. Thanks. So companies want to be very competitive. They want to sell their services to the market quickly. They want to be agile, yet they want to be connected, and they want to actually have an agile workforce. With that comes the notion of digital risk, which is far more important than what is used to be known as business risk traditionally. So let's get a bit into more details of this. If we want to define it at large, I would say that it's actually digital risk management is the ability to kind of assess, monitor, and respond to risks resulting from that digital transformation. And really adopt continuously and adapt continuously as well. Right, there's enough ample data to suggest that there's a big problem today in the industry. And the problem is that we're seeing actually with our customers and is that there's a lot of security investments in controls and preventative controls and identity and access management technologies and consumer fraud protection and threat detection and response technologies, yet CIOs and CISOs and actually board are actually challenging much more their employees, their staff is like, how do I make sure that how do I quantify my return on investment? There's a shortage of cybersecurity skills that we're going to address today. I was reading, SANS says there's around 3 million needed cybersecurity professionals, and there's a shortage of 3 million cybersecurity professionals in the industry globally, which is a huge number. And how do we actually make use of the scarce resources in a smart way? So there's a couple of things. Modernization that we talked about earlier, which is I'm actually want to be more competitive, so I'm modernizing, I'm moving to the cloud, I'm actually adopting so many disruptive technologies in my environment, and that brings a lot of challenges to my IT departments, because what they do is they keep on, there's new applications that needs to be patched, there's been talks about vulnerabilities earlier on, and they're not keeping up, simply. It's a very small team that is not keeping up with patching applications, and so we're going in that loop of what do we do there. So this is one of the main challenges on IT departments. On the other hand, RSA has an incident response team, so we actually help our customers detect and remediate breaches, right, globally. And there, we're seeing that adversaries are getting much more sophisticated. So it's not like what it used to be in the past, where attackers were kind of script kiddies and it was not really targeted. We're talking about very sophisticated attack, targeted campaigns. We're seeing that in oil and gas, in government, and the financial sector predominantly in this region. So I look after Middle East, Turkey, and Africa, and I've worked with so much customers that actually are living that. It's actually a living hell because they're afraid and the response is very chaotic. So, and again, malicious actors have so much resources. They have to be right just a single time, while the defender has to be right every single time. So it's very hard to keep up with this dilemma that we have. Last but not least, mandates. And mandates are the government bodies or the certs that are actually also facing challenges. Zena mentioned earlier today in the morning GDPR, which is also kind of making the task much harder on actually GRC functions to comply, but to also have outcome-based programs rather than just checklists. I remember when I graduated, and I've seen some auditors actually come in and auditing customers the way they used to audit, having just checklists and just kind of going and saying, all right, do you have this control? Have you done that? It was very checklist-oriented versus what the regulators are requiring today is something much more sophisticated. So again, there are three teams that we see being challenged a lot mainly at customer sites. The IT departments, the security departments, and the integrated risk management functions. And those need to answer the CEO and the board of how do I actually make use of my security investments. CEO are actually getting much more involved in asking questions such as, how bad is a hack? What have you done to actually comply with a specific regulation? Back then, 10 years, 15, 20 years ago, CEO didn't really care about information security. They didn't even have a clue what information security or cybersecurity is. They're getting much more involved because it's actually, today, brand damage is a huge issue. If a breach is actually targeting a specific organization, the aftermath of that breach is actually very concerning. Right, so what we believe in RSA is, and again, I'm trying here to bring a holistic view of how we can actually help addressing some of the challenges that were mentioned earlier on by different speakers. So we believe there are three key things to be able to really manage digital risk that are extremely important. So first is visibility. So we mentioned there's large sets of data. We want to understand what's happening in our organizations. And I guess I've actually worked with a lot of customers, and the people who know best the data are actually the business owners of that data, are actually the people who are in that customer, in that company, understanding what they're actually, how can we actually have meaningful insight of that data. So if we don't have the right visibility across all the data sets, we cannot make conclusion out of it, whether it's AI-related technology that help kind of draw conclusion out of large sets of data. Human beings will always be involved, right? And I think in the panel that we have today later on, we'll talk a bit more about AI. The second point is insight. So how do we actually connect the dots in an environment? How do we connect the dots quickly, and how we actually make sense of that data? How do we have actually business context around that data, threat context around that data? Third, last but not least, is actually how, if I have an environment where I'm actually have that visibility and have those insights, how do we take actions? And the actions could be, in the context of a security operations center, for example, the action could be a remediated, coordinated response. In the context of a GRC function, an action is actually how do I comply with a specific regulation. So the action needs to be coordinated, and there needs to be collaboration across all the three functions. Today what's happening, and this is the main challenge that we're seeing, is that all three functions have separate answers and they work in silos. And that's the main problem that is not really helping the bigger issue, which is I might have different answers in different places, and I might have different tools that do not talk to, that do not connect together properly. So how do we actually have that in a consistent loop? So we've developed actually we had a couple of initiatives where we've developed frameworks around cyber incident risk, third-party risk, data privacy risk, and business continuity risk. And the main focus here was to actually connect the security initiatives with the business, right? If we don't do that in an organization, often we fail. And that will actually ensure that kind of closing the loop, that whatever investments I'm doing, whether it's in a security operation, it's in a visibility tool, it's in a sandboxing technology, whether it's in a control that I'm actually investing in, whether it's in a SIM technology or whatever I'm actually investing in an environment, how do I actually make a sense of it, and how do I prove that there's a return on investment on whatever I'm doing? So again, what we're trying to do is really, what we're delivering is a unified, phased approach to managing digital risk. So people can organize and adapt accordingly. I'm being said I have 2 more minutes. Right, so there's a couple of areas, and if I want to be a bit more practical here, there's a couple of areas where RSA have helped customers globally, and those areas are around identity and access management, specifically, consumer fraud, security operation centers, and governance, risk, and compliance. So those are 4 areas we've heavily invested in as RSA. But again, having those initiatives being kind of drawn or being followed separately is not going to do us a lot of favor. So I've mentioned visibility, insights, and analytics earlier on, and what we're trying to do, and I'll give some examples. So there have been some examples before around pulling, in this case, business impact analysis and security operations. One of the main challenges we see in security operations is we have a lot of analysts that are actually analyzing a large subset of data. So how do I actually make quick sense of it? How do I leverage user and entity behavioral analytic? How do I leverage actually machine learning and AI? And when I'm actually doing all of this in a coordinated effort and way. So this is an example of actually how I can connect the dots of actually what I need to focus on in terms of monitoring, and how do I respond and coordinate the response probably in a quick way. Because at the end of the day, what we want to achieve is really try to reduce risk, as we mentioned earlier, but try to reduce the time to actually detect a threat, and try to reduce the time we actually respond to a threat. Because the last thing we can afford with the scarce resources that we have is having a threat or being targeted. Environments such as military that are probably represented here, the Central Bank of Lebanon, and so we're dealing with targeted threats. So how do we actually do that in a coordinated way, and how do we reduce the risk from attackers actually exposing certain vulnerabilities? Another example is around user and entity behavioral analytics being applied to identity and access management. And those are cross-domain examples that we can actually that we can help our customers, and that we've already helped our customers in achieving. So I'm going to stop now. I've been told I don't have enough time. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our last invited talk in this session. Sorry, we're running a bit late because we started a bit late in the morning, but we'll compensate as we move forward in the program. Last but not least, in this session, we have our last invited talk, Mr. Mohammed Kabbara from Cisco. Mohammed is a senior systems engineer at Cisco covering the Levant area. He works in various ranges of activities that involve customers and engagements in education, financial sector, defense, and the public sector. His main focus is on data center and cloud, enterprise networks, collaboration, and in relation to our today's event on security technologies, especially from a design perspective, features, benefits of these technologies to various sectors. Today, he's going to talk about ransomware defense, which is one of the main threats that were highlighted by our speakers this morning. So, Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Would you like to use this mic?
No, it's good.
Yeah,
Can you hear me first?
Yeah.
Let me try. Yeah. So thank you so much for AUB for inviting me to present today. So AUB for the past few years has been my second house. So many of the people here in the room, they know that day in, day out here in AUB. And also I'm always very lucky to be the last one to present this presentation, because it will act as a good summary for what we have discussed today. So many of the words that I will be covering in this presentation, the 10-15 minutes that I have, is related to what Sebastian, Zana, and Karim has mentioned. So for a 15-minute talk, it would be easier to go to a specific topic, be sharp on it, and act directly. So let's talk about ransomware, one of the famous attacks that we recently faced in the past few years. So this is a screenshot of multiple headlines from the news. So many customers, they were compromised in the public sector, in healthcare, in education. Especially education, it's very, I would say, relatively easy to compromise because students try to attack in themselves, try to experiment, to play. So the idea here is that it's a growing business for both the attackers and also as a security vendor, as a security company, we are also here to support our customers. So ransomware is the most profitable business in terms of security in the history. The idea here, it's very lucrative, meaning that with the addition of Bitcoins, now an attacker can get the money directly from the user. We don't have to go into a middle person. So they are saying that around to 2021, it will be like $17 billion. So I think it will be the second business after drugs, maybe. So it's a very important business for attackers. So it's not only related to sophisticated attackers. So now we have a service called ransomware as a service. So you don't really need to have any coding techniques, any technology awareness. So you can just go to the dark internet and buy a malware, and then you can try to send it to your victims. So the way they can collect their money is that they can get some percentage out of those malwares that they are offering. Okay, so the idea here is that for the malware, hopefully you saw this screen. Hopefully you did not see it in action in your laptop because obviously you are compromised if you see it. But this is really like the new blue desk screen of our era. So there are multiple variants of ransomware. So obviously we will not be able to talk about them all, but I will highlight a few things. So Bitcoin, it really helped the way we are processing and we are paying for the attacks. So of course we have different attacks like Loki, like ransomware, like WannaCry. So WannaCry was the last one. It was impacted in 2017. Most of them, they were really impacting Windows operating systems. So we will discuss in the next few slides what are the ways to attack such customers. So as a summary of what everybody said today, so we have two types of ways to penetrate, either through spam, email, or through websites and malvertising. So according to our studies back in 2017, so 80% of the attacks were directly from email attachments. So we send an email and most of our users, they press on it, they download it, they run it. So email attachment is number one in terms of vectors of how we can attack our users. So if we are doing it in the web way, so we can send an email with the web, or we can just have some malvertising on some websites. So the first thing it will do, it will have an exploit kit domain, so it will check exactly what do we have in our operating system, in our Internet Explorer, Safari, or Chrome. So it will check all the vulnerabilities, because in many of the cases we don't have really proper patching for the antivirus for the Internet Explorers and so on. So we will have this exploit domain kits. Based on this, it will communicate to the outside, to the command and control infrastructure. Also, we have some percentage of the people that either we have it as a file attachment drop directly from the email, or once we communicate with the malicious infrastructure, it will send me a file, it will be dropped on my machine, it will execute, and then I can communicate to the outside using command and control, so I can have my keys and so on, and I will be able to blackmail my victim. So the problem is very simple. So ransomware, it will take hostage your machine, and it will try to take money to do it. So and the attackers today are very sophisticated. So now it's not anymore we are sending laterally to our customers. So if I am a civil engineer today, it will check maybe I have AutoCAD on my laptop. So it will see, okay, I will only encrypt the DWG files which are related to any file similar to AutoCAD. So it's not anymore like, I would say, without any visibility. No, they are now profiling the ways they are trying to do the attack. And the effect, they will take hostage your machine or your data, and they will wait until you pay through Bitcoins, definitely, so they will allow you to de-encrypt your data. So it's not a silver bullet architecture, but I will say, okay, it's similar to Cisco, of course, to other vendors. We are trying to minimize the attack as much as possible. No one can commit for 100% security, if someone who can commit 100% security, take him as a sign, and definitely you take him to low. So how to prevent ransomwares? So how we make sure that the network, it's really being secured in a way how we can minimize the impact of it. If we were compromised, how we can stop it at the system side so we don't reach the applications and the servers, which are the important data like databases that Zena mentioned before. If it already existed in our network, how to detect it, who is patient zero, how it's propagated, what is the behavior of the attack. Last but not least, how to contain it. So if we were compromised, how to make sure we can contain this attack and how we can go back to normal operation. Lastly, we need to have an incident response team who will help me to understand the patterns, the files, the problems we are facing either in our company or in different companies. So the best solution and the best practice, of course, beside all of this that we mentioned here today, we need to have a proper strategy for backup and recovery. So if we're compromised, how we can go back to a clean backup and clean image. So this will help me to keep my business operating in less time, and it will be some of the customers today, they are trying to do some cyber security insurance. So they are putting some Bitcoins with some insurance vendors. So if they were compromised and they want to act very fast, they just need to pay for this to encrypt the data. So let's talk about the kill chain. So many of those words you heard them today. So reconnaissance, it starts with the network. It starts with some sniffing, with some UDP lookups. And also, we can do some reconnaissance based on the people. So if you go to LinkedIn today and you want to attack somebody in Cisco, you go to LinkedIn and maybe check his name. So you will be able to see maybe his email. So you can collect some information that are now present. Everybody today is putting a lot of information in the cloud, whether we like it or not. This is really a reality. So the reconnaissance starts by the attacker to see who we are dealing with and how we can maximize the problem of the attack. If I'm attacking a CEO, different than attacking a person maybe in a security guy or an IT guy. So the more we are higher in the rank, the more we can impact really more our victims. Based on the reconnaissance, we start to do some staging. So we create some websites, create some emails, and then we launch it. We send it to the victim. Some of the cases, we try to stop it. And even if we are educating our users, meaning that if we find an email, you don't really have to open it. But the idea here, it really depends on the people itself. So if I am an HR person, I'm expecting to read CVs. If I send the CV as a Word document to an HR person, definitely he will be opening it. And maybe if he has a macro, maybe he will press on it, and then he will have the exploit under his network. He will install the file, the malware, and we'll start communicating back to command and control. Based on this, also we do some actions on the machine itself to make sure that maybe we encrypt some of the data, block some USB actions, check the latest backup, and try to delete it on the machine. So those are the techniques that normally the attackers use. So how to do it? As I said, it's not only for Cisco. This is a way to do security. So we need to have threat intelligence. We need to have knowledge. We need to have intelligence, meaning that if we have a problem, how we can try to attack to stop it. So email security plays a major role, and Zena mentioned email security and especially the ways how we can check the files and how we can say if they are clean, if they are not clean. So sandboxing techniques. Web also is very important. DNS is also very important because most of the attacks today are using DNS. So we can stop most of the attacks at the DNS layer. We don't really need to send back the traffic to our proxy or to our email. We try to stop it at the edge, at the internet level. We need definitely to have some client security, so host-based intrusion prevention systems, advanced malware protection on the PC. So if we have a problem, to see how are the processes are running, what are the problems, how we can stop it. Also, not a security practice, but it's a practice we use in the network. We need to really segment the infrastructure. So we cannot have a flat network with a flat VLAN. We need to make sure that specific roles, they have specific VLANs. Those specific VLANs, they have some access to specific applications or specific VLANs. Intrusion prevention systems will help me to do some intelligence, indicator of compromises, and how we can stop some command and control systems. And also monitoring. We cannot really have proper security without visibility, and without visibility, it will not really do proper security. So we need to make sure that we have all those systems are correlated together. They are feeding the same systems. We can have some correlations, and then we can check really the alarms and the attacks that are really important for us. So if I want to map what we said here in terms of kill chain, so those are different products that we can use. So definitely I don't have time to go over all of this, but the kill chain, we can try to stop the attack at any stage of those stages. So if we are passing through reconnaissance, how we can do some security at the staging, how we can do security at the launching. So we have different products that everybody uses, like firewalls, like IPSs, DNS security, sandboxing techniques. One last thing I want to mention here that some of the traffic are encrypted today. So we need to make sure to have some techniques to understand how we can deal with the encrypted traffic. So we have now machine learning. Hani mentioned AI. So we need to have some techniques to, without really de-encrypting the traffic, we need to make sure to understand if there is a ransomware, if there is an attack or not. So this is based on machine learning, based on AI. So we don't really need to to de-encrypt, inspect, and then encrypt again. So last slide. I think I'm on time. Yeah. So the best practices, how to do backup and recovery. So the most important thing is to use some untraditional types of backups. We need to make sure to use optical disk. We need to disconnect storage so we can fall back to those proper clean, I would say, operating systems. We need to standardize on the desktop and the server images. So in case we have failure or in case we have compromise, we need to make sure to go back to a clean image. Also, one of the best practices we say, if you are impacted by a ransomware or by any malware, you have to re-image. You cannot really clean it. The more you clean it, it might help, but it will not really fix all the problems. So we always recommend to do some re-imaging. Also, we consider that, or we advise our customers to go to a redundant infrastructure for some critical and some important users or some important machines. By this, we can try to contain and to minimize the problem as much as we can. So by this, I think I am on time.
Perfect. Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. I think everybody is thankful. This is the last talk before, before our coffee break. I would like to note that we're going to have a 20 minutes coffee break, so we will start again at 11:30 sharp. After the coffee break, we will have 3 panels. The first one is on research and innovation. The second one is on market needs. And the third one is on national security aspects at the national level, I mean, including government, military, security aspects. So enjoy the coffee break, and we'll see you at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you كتير. يعطيكم العافية.
Test one, test one, test one, test one. راحوا الشباب ما بعرف. تيست 1. جوزيف مين؟ جوزيف تبعنا ولا جوزيف الشركة؟ راح لتاني والكوري بيجرب يشوف جوا المايكروفون. تيست. جوزيف auditorium B. Auditorium B, please test from your side. ما بعرف. لا. هي في شيء هي في شيء فايته على المكسر. تنغير الانبوت تبعها بلكي بتنحل القصه.
سعيد. تست 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 تست. هيدا صوتي طلع هون طلع جوا. عم يسمعوني. اوكي. الخزة من البورت طلعت مجوية. البورت اللي على المكسر اللي هون بركي البورت اللي هونيك مجوية، رح اقلب انا على الغير بورت يقلب لي اياها على المكسر. شاف شو اسمه الجماعة من عندكم اللي كان معنا امبارح. ابدا البرداية بيطلع فيها. تست.
Testing 1, 1, 2.
تست تست جوزيف عم تسمعني؟ إذا عم تسمعني خبره لسعيد وسعيد بيعمل لي بإيده أو بيشبر لي بإيده. تست 1.
بطارية بطارية.
Test one, test one, test one.
احمد هي ليك انا حاطط بالسلايدز انه ححط اول شيء بايو انطوان when I say the بايو حتكون البايو موجوده هو انطوان عماد عزام وبعدين I start with the questions كيف بدك انت وين رح الو نعميو ليش يا اخي واي لازم تزيح عارف او زيح الكعب البروجيكتور ليك وراك بدكم نزيد شوي انت طويل شوي اذا بدك قرب هاي ما فيك تهرب احنا برا ستيل شوي نفس الشيء هون اخف شوي ضريبة الطول شوي لا مش دول هذيك خلي بس هذيك بس ماليه كم صوره لا نحن نقبل
لا
ما تعذب كثير بس هيك شيء اثنين
اذا بدهم يقيموا ايه فيهم يقيموا انا
حتى بالنسبه
لا ولا شيء
لازم نلاقي حل بالاي يو بي عم بيستهدفوا جامعه اليو اس جي حاطين لي بروجيكتور بوجهي ليك انت توني ضوي عليك انا يلا عم ضوي عليه وهو عم ياخذها بطريقه دائما نيجاتيف ليك انا بدي احتاج عند الدوله بس تحت الاي يو بي بتاعه وما بده شيء دغري بدها طوابع قضائيه ولا منيح في انتم دافعوا عنا هلا والله هربت من الضوء بس مش اكثر لا فاين احمد انا وياك بين مستهدفين فرانكوفون
Please be seated. We will start the panel in a minute. We will start panel number 1, entitled Research and Innovation. I am Wasim Al-Hajj. I'm the chairperson of the Computer Science Department at AUB. I thank the panelists for accepting our invitation and being with us. I'll start with a brief introduction about each panelist, and then we'll go ahead with the panel. Dr. Antoine Fghali, he's the CEO of Compact Consulting and lecturer at USG. After completing his graduate studies in telecommunication at USG, Tony Fghali received his master's degree in networking and distributed systems from the University of Paris 6 in 1998, and he's a lecturer at USG since 2000. Teaching courses related to networks and systems, management and security, he co-founded in 2008 Compact Consulting, an advisory firm specialized in information security. Thank you, Tony, for being with us. Dr. Imad Al-Hajj, he's a professor at AUB. Dr. Imad received his BE in computer and communications engineering with distinction from AUB in 1997, and the MS and PhD degrees in electrical engineering from Michigan State in 1999 and 2002, respectively. In 2014, he co-founded with 2 other professors in ECE, Sogo 360, the first startup to be incubated at AUB. His research interests include instrumentation and robotics, cybersecurity, sensor and computer networks, and multimedia networks. Dr. Al-Hajj is the recipient of many awards, most recently the Teaching Excellence Award at AUB and the Kamal Saliba Academic Freedom Award in 2014. Thank you, Dr. Imad, for joining us. Dr. Azzam Murad, Associate Professor at LEU. Dr. Azzam is an Associate Professor and Associate Chairperson of the Computer Science and Mathematics Department at LEU. He holds a PhD degree in Electrical and Communication Engineering from Concordia University and Master's degree in Computer Science from Laval University. He published more than 75 research papers in international venues on IT security, IoT security, web service security, cloud security, and mobile and wireless network security. He won several prestigious and merit awards for his research work in the last couple of years. The latest is the LEU Research Excellence Award in 2017. Thank you, Azzam, for joining us. And lastly, Dr. Ahmed Fadlallah, Associate Professor at the Lebanese University. Dr. Fadlallah received the Engineering Diploma in Electrical Engineering and Electronics from the Lebanese University in 2001. In 2003, he received a Master's in Telecommunication Networks from the Lebanese University and the Saint Joseph University in Beirut. In 2008, he received a PhD in Computer Science and Networking with specialization in network security from Telecom Paris Tech, France. He is currently an adjunct associate professor at the Lebanese University. His research interests lie in the area of computer and network security with current focus on IoT cybersecurity. Thank you all for joining us. So I will start by saying something about artificial intelligence and the way it's being used now in most sectors. And I will start with a question to Dr. Tony, asking him about if AI is being used in exploiting vulnerabilities in computer systems or in systems in general, and if yes, how?
Okay, before I begin, I would like to give a big credit to the organizing committee and AUB. We have been present in a lot of events regarding cybersecurity, and I think we have the biggest number of attendees, which is great, and which is very important for us as a community because people are being concerned about that, and they are becoming more and more aware. Now, can we use AI to attack? Definitely, the answer is definitely obvious. It is. Yes, are we using this now? Well, we have some detected attacks, but I will go into what can be eventually be done if we use more AI techniques for attacking. But before that, I would say that what is good is that AI has been used by the vendors to defend from a long time ago. And we have a lot of vendors here, and I know they are selling a lot of solutions having AI, some kind of AI or some kind of AI techniques. It can be advanced or not advanced. Anyway, we have a lot of work done by the vendors, and we have implementations in this regard. So it's good that people doing the defense part do know how to handle with AI. But let's now talk about attacking. What a hacker would probably want to do is to attack the maximum number of targets and having the best success rate. Can he use AI to achieve that? Yes, definitely, we can. So if we want, we can, let's say, categorize AI-driven attacks in two categories. One, we have what we call AI-aided attacks, and then we will have probably what we call AI-embedded attacks. For AI-aided attacks, mainly we will be using some machine learning or some of the AI techniques to, let's say, craft a spear phishing email specifically for one specific target, and this phishing email can be generated dynamically, and this would be probably very efficient, and it will have a better success rate, especially that today we have efficient anti-spam and more awareness. So we can craft it automatically by using some kind of AI technique. Two, we can have, let's say, mutation in viruses and done automatically. Now we know that we have viruses doing polymorphism, but they are programmed to do. They cannot learn how to mutate based on a specific environment. A third type of AI-driven, AI-aided attack can be using computer speed attacks, and we know that today we have smart bots that can launch scanning, doing reconnaissance for the first phase of an attack, but then hacker do manual intervention. Later on, we could probably have machine speed attacks, so targeting the biggest number of targets. And eventually, as well, we can have AI-aided low and slow attacks. So now we know that, and I think Zena has already spoken about that attackers in some cases, they launch very truncated and then slow attacks to evade whatever intrusion prevention controls we have, but they are doing this manually. Eventually, we'll be able to generate AI-aided, and it can change the behavior based on whatever attack we have, whatever control we have. And definitely, we can find new vulnerabilities, and this will be used for the good and the bad. Regarding AI-embedded attacks, there's a very interesting demonstration and paper done by IBM, where they call it the Deep Locker attack. It's a malware with a AI embedded that can eventually, based on the target, based on the environment of the target, based on softwares installed, software parameters, or let's say biometrics, face recognition, we can have a lot of sensors that we can use, and based on it, it's a really very targeted attack where we can, in case the target is not the one we want, in case we reached a device, it's not our specifically target, then the behavior of this virus, it's a normal benign behavior. But once we get to the CEO, let's say, device based on these parameters that we are collecting, the malware will launch its malicious activity. One more thing before I just conclude, we can as well, now we need to think about what we can do, what hackers can do to attack the AI model itself, specifically when we have a lot of AI as a service APIs today. So definitely we can attack the model by doing evasion, by doing poisoning, to manipulate the input data, to have a bad decision, or to manipulate the output. And eventually we can have, in some cases, why not, backdoors inside the AI model itself. And this can be very, very, very dangerous.
Okay,
thank you.
So, Dr. Imad, so this is, I guess, how AI is being used to attack. So how is it being used to defend?
Marhaba, good morning first. Thank you for the invitation, Dr. Haj, and the organizing committee. you know, those coming out of UZIB, they use AI for attacking, but at AUB, we're on the positive side.
Just by the way,
No,
I put the light just in front of us to attack us.
So if you notice that we're frowning at you, it's not because we're upset, it's because the light is in our eyes. But just to defend against UZIB, so we have a lot of potential, but before I talk about the potential and what we're doing in research, I want to warn that AI, I know now it's a hype, I know it's a buzz, and we all like it because we like to publish, and a lot of people in the room like it because they could sell. But the reality is that AI is not always more intelligent than other systems. And the reality is that at the end of the day, AI is just mathematical techniques that we've been employing and deploying for a very long time. It's just now that we're getting more media attention on it, and that is fine, but we have to be wary from a technical perspective what is AI and what are the limitations of AI. And this is important because AI, effectively most of the techniques, not all, are data-driven. And that means that these algorithms, even though they've demonstrated their effectiveness in many environments and many applications, that when you come and apply them in your own particular environment, it depends on the quality of the data that you've used to train these algorithms, how they will perform. That would be very dependent on that. So if we train algorithms and we demonstrate intrusion detection capabilities in the lab, that doesn't mean that we will do as well if we deploy this in an Ogero type of a network, in Alpha or somewhere else. That said, what we're trying to do, and some of the research that we're doing in the lab, is trying to do just that. It's trying to do intrusion detection and traffic classification. So I'm part of the networking and security group at AUB, Dr. Ayman Qaisi and Dr. Ali Shahab. So this is the work of several faculty members and several students that are working. And I want to highlight only two quick things, two quick projects that are currently being developed. And we're working on these with TELUS. TELUS is an operator in Canada, and they fund a lot of this project, so I have to acknowledge them. One of the projects is the issue of traffic classification, both for intrusion detection and just to classify the traffic. And the question is, by looking at traffic without doing deep packet inspection, can we, from the pattern of the traffic, know what that traffic is? And the answer is yes. And there are several techniques that are working, and with very high accuracy, we could do that. Now, the second question becomes, what if the traffic is encrypted? What if this is VPN traffic? Can you classify it? And the answer, yes, with a slightly less accuracy. The third question becomes, what if the network, what if the traffic is Tored? What if it's a Tor network that is actually intentionally designed to not let you know what the traffic is? And the answer is also yes, to a lesser accuracy. Now, what does that mean? That means one thing is good about this is that we could know what the traffic is regardless of whether it's encrypted or not. And based on that classification, we could treat it differently. So from an IoT perspective, there's a lot of interest with operators to identify these flows and give them different quality of service. And more importantly, from a security perspective, that if there is any traffic that looks awkward, looks out of line, that we cannot classify, we can actually detect it, and we do that with a relatively high accuracy. The problem with doing this is that the attackers can use the same technique. And now that if you're trying to have some privacy of your traffic and not let them know that two entities are using a certain application to communicate, they'll still be able to know what that traffic is and what type of traffic is, which could be very revealing that I'm conducting a certain conversation with a certain entity using a certain application. Okay? So that's the downside of it. Now the fourth question becomes in research is, can you use AI then to try to morph your traffic and make your traffic look like some other traffic so that if somebody is listening on the network, they will think that it's a different type of traffic and it's not this type of traffic. And this is also something that we're working on to try to do. And then the fifth question becomes, what if somebody is morphing the traffic to evade the AI using AI? Can we use AI to actually detect the morphed traffic that is trying to hide from AI? We still don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
That we're still waiting for a student to finish her PhD to know the answer of how well we could do this. But you can notice that it's the same cat and mouse game that we've always had in security. We cannot come up with a technique, and then somebody evades it, and we try to catch that, and we keep doing this back and forth. So whether it's AI or not AI, we're going to fall in the same problem. And AI will not solve all the problems because at the end of the day, there are some context issues that we've noticed AI cannot know, and you need human intervention in them. And that's where the other part of our work with crowdsourcing comes in, and where we revert to humans. So we're building systems where we could rate applications not only on their performance on your device, on how they consume the resources, but also whether that consumption of resources is malicious or not malicious. And unfortunately, we could do that well to a certain extent, but then we get hit with reality, is that sometimes an application might be consuming resources, but that's something normal because you're watching a video. And how could we distinguish this? And how could we know this? Well, the only thing we can come up with is let's crowdsource it. So you get a notification on your phone, and you actually will just give us a context answer that, are you doing this or that, yes or no? And by us doing this globally, we've done an experiment with tens of individuals for 6 months, we will be able to mine this data, and based on this data, we will be able to classify apps, not only based on whether they are misbehaving or not, but also on their worth. So it's kind of an objective rating beyond the start rating that you see on the Play Store.
Dr. Ahmad, let me add another question.
Sure.
To your 5 questions.
Yeah.
So when you talked about the classification of traffic, are you relying on data that is already, like you already know it, that this is good data, this is bad data, and so on? And can the same techniques be used to detect new kind or new patterns of traffic that you didn't train on or you're not familiar with before?
Yeah, the short answer is yes and yes. So we've used data sets from the literature that is public, and we've generated our own data sets because in the IoT domain, there's not a lot of public data sets. So we've generated these, and we use them both to train and to test based on the data that we've not seen. And we've tried different types of attacks, and not only we could detect that an attack is onset, but we can also classify the attack. We could know what type of attack is ongoing. Okay. And I think for us in the region, it's very important to realize, and this is something that you could use on the marketing side, is that the Arab region statistics show that we're 6% more likely to have an attack than anywhere else in the world, in the Arab countries.
And why is that?
I'm not sure.
Lack of awareness. Lack of awareness.
Yeah,
or we're an easy target. I'm not sure. I don't know what the...
So, Dr. Tony, so AI can be used to defend. Are we still relying on the traditional techniques or not?
No,
so what's being used right now?
No, definitely. You cannot use traditional techniques, and you cannot use only techniques. But what AI can help. The big problem we have today in, let's say, Security Operations Center is we have a lot of information coming, not a lot of bulk of data coming in, and we have human individual coming and analyzing all of this. Definitely AI will empower them, will give them an edge, will help them to be able to analyze more quickly. And definitely, since somebody mentioned the gap we have in cybersecurity professionals and experts today, definitely it can bridge some of what is missing, some of the gaps we have. But as a research, what we are doing today at USG, it's a cooperation between POTEC and USG. We are trying to see, once we detect an incident, is it possible, and I know that IT managers normally don't like that, but is it possible to be able to reconfigure some of the components of the network, especially that everything is being today software defined, so we have software defined networks, so we have software defined storage, we can reconfigure systems, virtual machines, move them, etc. So we are trying to see how we can, once we detect a specific type of attack, how we can automatically make a model learn of what is done, and then interact and change the config and try to confine, try to isolate some part of the network, etc., etc. So we are working on that. And by the way, since now USG and AUB are working together on research, we need to cooperate on that. Okay.
Okay, sure. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk. Sebastian in the morning talked a lot about IoT and the challenges they bring in terms of security. It's cozy. It's became more cozy actually now. Actually, we did, like a few years ago, a small experiment to scan certain IP addresses. And looking for or knocking on certain ports that are normally used in cameras, in digital cameras. And if we got like a positive answer,
model built on top of these IoT devices can provide us with myriad of applications related to home automation, related to traffic, related to transportation, health, and social life. So it is expected to reach like more than 20 billion connected IoT devices by 2020, and we're talking about a huge amount of money invested in that, reaching $2 trillion by 2020 also. So, but the question here, like, we have massive data that are that is collected from these devices, and this data is transmitted over operator networks, over mobile operator networks, and they are sent to centralized, powerful cloud and edge system for analysis, for complex analysis, in order to provide us with this intelligence and customized services. So this practically led to several problems. We are faced with problem of latency, we are faced with problem of traffic overhead, and most importantly, we are faced with the privacy and security issue. So our data is out of our devices, they are on the networks, they are with the providers, and this has raised lot of problems in terms of privacy. We have solutions. The current solution that we're talking about, whether related to AI or not AI, are convenient. They are relevant, but they are not relevant in the context of IoT, because we are faced with devices where they don't have enough computation, they don't have enough energy, and applying the same solution that are in the literature now, practically they are not fully convenient, they are not fully relevant, and then accordingly we have to deal with the issue. And I'm talking here about the intrusion detection system using AI or using the traditional intrusion detection system. I'm talking about traditional methods and AI solution for customized access, customized privacy methodologies. All of these, they require a lot of energy and a lot of computation, and they are not relevant for IoT devices. So in this regard, we at LAU and in collaboration with several local, regional, and international entity, and here I need to refer to Ericsson also in Canada, we are trying to address these problems through two main research directions. The first one We are trying to build intelligent now. We are integrating intelligence into customizing the access to data while relying on context information and relying on behavior analysis. So now the AI capabilities and the machine learning capability, we're trying to work on customizing data. For example, whenever I'm at work, I have some type of data that I don't want it to be collected. When I'm at home, the same thing. So I can use this machine learning techniques in order to differentiate between context, to differentiate between my behavior as a user, and then accordingly provide the needed information whenever it's needed. So it's not a yes or no question anymore. If you need my service, then you need to provide me with the data. This is not an answer. I need the service, but I don't want to provide all the data that I have. So this is like a big effort is put there in order to address such a problem. In fact, we're trying to build methodology where we customize privacy based on location, based on the user behavior, and so on. This is the one direction. In the second direction, we know that we don't have enough computation. We don't have enough energy. So what we're working here on rethinking the design of machine learning shouldn't be centralized anymore. Like we know that we have now the current machine learning technique where all the data are collected, sent to centralized system, and then after that the analysis is applied. So why we need to stick on centralized collection of data? In fact, due to the lack of resources on IoT devices, this centralized machine learning technique is the only solution. So a first attempt, what we're trying to do is to elaborate lightweight learning techniques. Now, let me elaborate here. Like the current technique, you apply the learning and you apply the training on the central system, while the prediction is applied on the mobile devices. Now, what we're trying to do is to bring learning and to bring training on the device itself. So this is one first attempt. So to do that, we need to think about lightweight machine learning techniques. This is first, and we need to think about shared resources between these devices, offloading techniques, all of these of type, and they are practical.
Have you been successful in that or not yet?
Somehow, yes.
Okay,
somehow, yes. This is the first attempt, but still it's somehow limited. So up to an extent you can do it, but it's not fully operational all the time because the resources are very limited. This is one attempt. The second attempt, and this is done actually with international collaboration, we're trying to rethink about distributed machine learning. So based on the first work, we can customize what should be done within centralized infrastructure and what can be done within distributed infrastructure. But in this case, we have to redesign the whole machine learning models.
Excellent.
And the aggregation technique and so on. And this is another attempt that also we're working on it.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Follow-up, so I know that Dr. Ahmed, you worked on same idea, but from the authentication point of view. And actually the example that I gave on the smart cameras and so on, it's partly maybe due to that. So can you tell us more about what authentication, what role it's playing, and what should happen from the authentication perspective?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wasim. Thanks for the organization committee and Dr. Zahir in particular. In fact, I will ask the question in another way. So what if we don't have authentication?
It's a disaster.
I think the result is a disaster. So the same that applies in the regular domain, classical networks, and the impact we might have is almost the same. But the impact is also increased with the large spectrum of application, with the criticality of the application of Internet of Things, and the type of application we have. So just an example about the widespread use, the 20 billion devices in 2020, just a number that it's significant that in 2020, a home will generate as much traffic as the Internet in 2008. Or that, so we might think about what type of data is generated, and what type of control we might have on these devices. So the impact of an unauthenticated IoT system is equal to what you can do with a compromised node. So you might think in a critical infrastructure you will have a disaster, There are some attacks that happened in 2014 where they suspected that this was because an overpressure in a certain sensor that resulted in a pipeline that explodes. So this is an example what we might have. And if we go to privacy things, example of even some infamous attack that happened previously about CCTV cameras or some smart home devices, we might think about the impact. So authentication is a must, and we all agree on that in the security context. But in the IoT domain, it is more important. But I will add something also about this. So if we look at from a research perspective or from an implementation perspective at the different layers of an IoT, at the sensor layer or at the network layer or the application layer, you will see that each of these layers might have a different security requirement, but you would always find that authentication is there, and we need to satisfy this. So the same that was mentioned by Dr. Azzam, that, okay, authentication is not a new problem. We have a lot of classical or traditional solutions. But the context of IoT is different. We have a lot of constraints to consider. We have a lot of different application domains that we should consider. Now we can see the IoT as a set of, I won't say a separate domain, by domain with different requirements. You will talk about the IOV, the Internet of Vehicles, the Internet of Energy, the Internet of Sensors, the machine-to-machine communication. And in each type or in each category, you will find the security requirement and the authentication restriction or constraint and requirement. So the authentication solution needs to address these new constraints. So we cannot say that we have a strong cryptographic algorithm and this is suitable for IoT unless it considers the energy aspects. So it should be, the energy consumption should be low, the complexity should be low, etc. It should be scalable to deal with this huge amount of devices. So the scalability is a very important factor when you address the authentication. Of course, privacy preserving, and Dr. Azzam mentioned this, it should preserve the privacy of the users. So in addition, you can say about also the interdependency between the IoT and the other technologies, such as the augmented reality, the artificial intelligence, and other. So you have to consider this also when you deal with such security solution. If I want to address some of the research we are starting now at the Beirut University, just one. I will say two, if you allow me. One and a half. The first one, which is related to the Internet of Vehicles, it's in collaboration with Telecom Paris in France. So it is part of the European project scope, and it is related to the authentication aspects in V2V communication, and this is one. And the second one, we are dealing with the authentication using the hardware-based, so the physical unclonable function, and we are working on this right now. One just final point, there are some trends related to, now we are more and more seeing publications related to the integration of blockchain with IoT authentication techniques or general security techniques. So these are some trends, especially for master student or PhD students. If they are interested in such a domain, it will be a good point to start and looking on.
Thank you. And
I want to add something. Isn't a little bit late, unfortunately, that we have IoT solutions deployed everywhere and they didn't even thought about these very critical issues. And this is our biggest problem. Since the inception of the internet till now, security is never taken into account by design.
Exactly, it's always a reactive. Just remind that all distributed denial of service defense research started after the wide range attack in 2000s. So we always are reactive and not proactive, unfortunately.
Dr. Imad.
But I mean, there's a reality here to that. There's a financial reality. So if we're not going to deploy anything until we know it's secure, we will never deploy anything.
Right.
Because we'll never be
they
sure
will not make money enough. Right.
We will stifle innovation.
Yes, but now with the forces revolution, the impact will not be only financial, the impact will be physical, right?
Absolutely,
okay.
I fully agree.
So can we today afford having a physical impact? take it into a cyber war context?
We have to be aware, we have to react, but we cannot be scared about it. So, you know, one example that comes to mind, I mean, I'm in this domain, and sometimes I'm not sensitive to this, right? And actually, my 10-year-old noticed something, because how many of you know Alexa? Yeah. Alexa? Okay, good. So I have a couple at home, and then it's actually my son that noticed that, you know what, Alexa is always listening on what we're saying so that she knows that we called her. And he's the one that pointed out the privacy issue. And then since then, he's freaked out. So there's this one button on it that you could shut down the microphone so that you could turn her off. And I always come and it's red, and he shuts it down. So he actually was more sensitive to this than I am. And so there is a compromise that you have to do between innovation, between progress, between security and the privacy. And I think there's nothing called privacy anymore. I don't believe in it. I don't think we could preserve it because it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
if you have a phone, you have no privacy. If you have a laptop,
unless
you're in a cave somewhere in Sanin, you have no privacy.
Dr. Azzam, in 30 seconds, so we all do research, we all publish. Where are we from the, like the actual world, the real life? In 30 seconds.
In 30 seconds, okay. So actually, you know, we are far from reality, as Dr. Haj said now. It's probably on purpose. The privacy issue and security issue are not taken into consideration from design, probably on purpose that, because if they enforce privacy from the beginning, they won't have all this data about us. So the privacy and security measurement can be done and can be applied anywhere since long time. All people are aware about it, but if they enforce it from the beginning, how they are going to collect such amount of data? You have $2 trillion coming to business now, and if they enforce it, they won't have access to it. Imagine if you have flexibility to customize your data and provide them with only part of the data. Maybe the governmental entity, they won't like this because it's helpful for them, and even the business entity, it's helpful for them. So somehow we are far in terms of research and in terms of practical solution can be applied, but the intent of applying them probably it's not it will not be there soon.
So although we can speak for hours, I have to stop and take few questions from the audience before we move to the second panel. Yes, please. So who has the mics? Maha? Daniel?
I noticed Nabil is here. I would have been careful what I said.
And now he's going to reply now.
الآتي أعظم.
Nabil Bukhalid. I'm going to agree with you that innovation would be somehow blocked if we're going to add security. But at the same time, we were very lenient from the beginning by providing anonymity on the net, by providing very, very weak security levels. And I believe that accountability, if there were accountability, it would have been a completely different story. But being a juvenile technology, the legal system did not really follow up on us. But we're not going to be able to escape it for a long period of time. I mean, if we take the car industry and the recalls they have, if there is anything that is causing harm to the end users. In technology, there is no harm. Nobody is accountable. I mean, if IBM gives you, or Cisco gives you, or whoever gives you a device, and that device is not secure enough, and you're harmed by that, they're not accountable. They signed a non-disclosure agreement because they say read whatever you signed on. In the car industry, you cannot do that anymore. So the maturity will bring in accountability, a regulatory environment like the GDPR that will make the companies, I mean, developing the solution, the developers, responsible for whatever they're making.
Thank you, Nabil. Another question? No other question?
Even just to answer, Nabil, even in GDPR, yes, the vendors cannot be accountable. It's the responsibility of the entities or data owner. Hopefully. And this is why I'm aligned with you. We need to enforce the accountability by laws. And we need to enforce security for everybody, for every enterprise. And we as cybersecurity professionals, we have a responsibility today to help the public sector enforce security on every level for every enterprise, even in the private sector.
Ahmad?
For those of you that don't know Nabil, we could blame him for a lot of this. He's one of the people that brought the internet to Lebanon. So please, if there's any security concerns with the communication, please, Nabil. If you miss Nabil, Ayman Qaisi is sitting in the front. He's one of the other people.
Okay.
You know, obviously I'm not against regulations and laws. I can't say that with the people present in the front. But we also have to be careful, because the issue of liability is very challenging, particularly when we talk about advanced technologies and AI. Who's liable? The person that did the algorithm, the person that collected the data, the person that packaged it, the person that programmed it, or the vendor? I don't know. In the age of AI, almost...
Or the user.
Or the user, for that matter. So talking about the user, and there's some responsibility on us here. How many of you have a Facebook account?
All of us.
Okay. How many of you still have a Facebook account? Still. So, and they did this study of, you know, how much money would you take to deactivate your account for a year? And the numbers were very high. So it's actually us and the perception of privacy. I'm not against security, I'm not against privacy, obviously. But I'm saying our perception, the human perception of what privacy means is shifting. And that's something that we have to consider. I completely agree that systems have to consider this in the onset of design, but there's an astronomical cost for it. I put my commercial hat on this. If you tell me don't roll out a software unless you could, you know, put your reputation on it, I probably will never have a software out in the market.
Yeah.
But it should be a right, at least. The right to have the security, the right to have, and then if I don't want to use this, right? It's my call.
I have to close the session by just saying that there are many recent attacks on AI algorithms. So there are AI algorithms that already have leaks and attacks in them. So using AI to either defend or attack might be problematic in itself. Thank you very much for attending, and thank you for the panel again, and we'll close the session.
حضرني هون انا نفس الفورمات. Shall we? All right, hi everyone. So we're going to try to make this session also a continuation of the discussion that we previously heard. Very interesting discussion around AI. What we will cover now is a bit more general. The topic that we selected or we've been assigned to is about the cybersecurity market needs. And in order to narrow down the discussion, we said let's divide the area into sorry, I'm pressing here. So let's divide the discussion into three things. One is around the processes. So what's the recommendations for companies and organizations? Yeah, where to start from, whether this is certification or compliance. Yeah, what are the recommended best practices? So this is one. The second thing is we'll talk about people. So what's the current view on the shortage of skills or the required skills to get a better cybersecurity organizations? And the last thing we'll cover technology. So we'll touch about the AI discussion. I think it's worth probably giving an opportunity for the technology vendors we have today on the panel to also say their views and again for us just to understand how can we best utilize technology to get better cybersecurity. So with that, I'll introduce the panel we have today. So with us, we have Jacques Bakayev. So Jacques is a retired brigadier general of the Internal Security Forces, who served mostly as an IT specialist in the ISF IT department. He worked on building, or he was actually part of building the anti-cybercrime unit in ISF. Jack is currently engaged in digital transformation consultancy and IT management, and with a special focus on IT security and governance. Yeah. And with us also Abdo. So Abdo Shalhoub is the past president of ISACA and a current board member there as well. He's the executive VP at Path Solutions with 30 years of experience in senior ICT positions in local and international markets. He is a known speaker in regional and international events on a variety of topics, including information security. And you've all been introduced to Sebastian. If you weren't here at the beginning, quickly, Sebastian serves as the Deputy Computer Security Officer for CERN. He works on security strategy and policies and on internal security assessments. He is also the director of the CERN School of Computing, organizing every year 2 summer schools for scientists and engineers involved in particle physics or other data-intensive sciences. Next, we have with us Karim. So Karim Abellama is, again, if you've been into his presentation, you know he's the pre-sales manager for RSA. And as previously also introduced, he spent the last 10 years in the Middle East region helping customers address their challenges in various security disciplines, focusing mainly on threat detection and response and other advanced technologies. And finally, we have with us Simo Isa. Simo is the Education Solutions Lead for Middle East and Africa at Microsoft. His work focuses on supporting education system leaders, school institution leaders, researchers, and educators to embark on a digital transformation journey. And prior to this role, Simo focused on driving strategic business transformation with Microsoft partner and customers in the region. Okay, so that's the panel. Thank you all for coming. So as we said, we'll focus our discussion on the 3 elements. And if we start with the best practices, my first question would go to Jack. So Jack, if you think about the customers you've dealt with and interacted with before, it would be good to share with the audience what you saw that worked well, what kind of practices that customers did and generated good results. At the same time, what are the main challenges you've seen in implementing security processes?
Well, in the previous session, we were talking about engagement in security and how much we're focusing on security, and so on. I think this is the first thing I've seen. I've seen a progress in the organizations dealing with security throughout time. So there now organizations, individuals are more and more engaged into security. May I ask you here that is the security one of your concerns? Yes, okay. For example, for the students, do you make a copy of the paper you're preparing? So you keep a copy aside, a backup? Do you do this every time? Yes or no? So not not always. This is exactly the situation in the business world, especially in Lebanon. The first challenge is the management engagement into security challenges. So more and more organizations are taking security challenges into consideration. And more we're seeing dedicating a part of their budget for information and technology security. We're not seeing that in 10 years ago. The best practice now is like to dedicate up to 20% of your IT budget to the security. Is this reasonable? Okay, should we do this? Well, more, maybe, yeah, maybe more. This is the first challenge: top management engagement, dedicate a budget to security. I would say allocate resources, not only budget, because you need to have the budget and you need to have practitioners and specialists. The second challenge is to make a build or buy decision. So, do I implement my own security or go to some specialist? Do we do it myself? So the experience is showing, is telling us, don't try this alone. Don't do it alone. So you do it alone, you end up with admin passwords and no backups and so on. So it is better to go to the professionals. But the challenge of the professionals here is to build trust. You won't give someone the management of your security systems to someone you don't trust. So the challenge for the practitioners here is to build trust. To build trust. And before going and addressing information technology issues like on IoT, advanced things like IoT, AI, what else, blockchain, and so on. Let's address the basics. Let's look at the basics. I would say that we can categorize the market into three categories. The first category is the large and big enterprises. The second is the small and medium enterprises, and the third is the personal level. Actually, in Lebanon, for the large enterprises, they are somehow doing well, and we can say that Tony was talking about enforcement of the security. The only thing enforced, security enforcement in Lebanon, is the 222 circular in the banking sector. So the banking sector is enforcing the information security in all the banks according to the 222 circular from the central bank. For the rest, it is optional. So it is different. The level of engagement is different between the large enterprises and small and medium and the individual level. But like in leading practice, I would say like go to the basics. Let's say, do you have an inventory? So who among you knows exactly what kind of information he's storing and he's dealing? Do you know everything? Do you know how many? What are the informations that you're keeping on the individual level? In the let's say when you grow and become bigger, so things are becoming chaotic. So the organizations are not knowing what kind of information they're storing and what they're doing with it. So this is the first, let's say, best practice is to have an inventory. The second is to have a risk assessment. So what are the vulnerabilities? What I'm facing? What are the challenges on those? And the third practice is to try to implement some controls to control the security, like having a strong password or whatever. So the controls, they can go from 2, 3, 4, up to 10 for the small enterprises, up to hundreds in the large organizations.
So Jacques, I think you touched on multiple points. I think few points it would be good to really explore a bit further. What can we give as a conclusion or advice to the audience here? And the first thing that you mentioned around the budget side. So you're mentioning, and I've seen it, I'm sure everyone who works in an organization today in security suffers the same, is how can we get the management to approve a budget? Yeah, and proactively, not reactively, not after we get the attack and then we try to make mitigations and bring the investigation and so on. So how do we secure budget? And second thing is around the shadow IT part, right? And I think this is something I remember in the presentation of Sebastian, you were mentioning, Sebastian, that also a challenge, even in large organization, how do you control, how do you make the inventory, as you're saying, Jack? So next question to you, Sebastian, following on that. At CERN, and CERN is a large organization, and I think we can all learn from what you guys do, because you have a big responsibility of securing large amount of critical data. How do you manage as a security team, first of all, to define your priorities for a year, not be reactive, so be really proactive? And how do you manage to get the management support to actually able to get the budgets and implement it? Can you share some experience on that?
Sure. So those are very, very good questions. And I think we all face the situation where there are so many things that we know we should be doing, and we just don't have the manpower or the budget for it, and that's a reality. Now, I don't think we should be frustrated, or we cannot be just frustrated by this reality, even though it's sometimes frustrating. But it's indeed about just prioritizing and choosing, where we had the biggest hit or the best result for the invested time or dollars. So now, we certainly don't have the 20% IT budget consecrated to security. Unfortunately, I would love to have it. It would be fantastic. But at the same time, we are not a bank, so we have maybe, again, different risk landscape than other organizations or other companies. Since we are not obliged to do formal risk assessment exercises by any regulations, we actually don't follow any formal methodologies. Of course, it doesn't mean that we don't do risk assessment. We do. And this is what helps us prioritize where we believe the risks are and which risk we should address first. Now, we do it on a yearly basis, but also we have a very pragmatic approach, an ad hoc kind of approach, which you could almost call reactive, but this is still thoughtful and based on expertise and understanding of the risks involved. Now, securing budget is, of course, always very hard. And again, I think I will surprise anyone by saying that it's much, much easier to convince your management or top management to put some budget on the table after the incident, right? So I think I see many, many heads nodding here. And actually, we had the same situation in 2015 that we actually were hit by an APT group. And we discovered that only 3 to 4 months later, which is already not too bad because so many organizations are hit and don't know about it for many months or years. And it was a major effort to understand actually even what happened and to contain the incident. It took many, many months. Eventually, by the way, it turned out that that group was not interested in the type of research that we do or the information that we have. So we believe that basically they just went away, and that's it. Now, and this, of course, helped us to convince the management and to secure budget for additional security posts. By the way, not only in the security team, but also in other teams, in other IT groups where we needed more people working on security. So convincing management is crucial. We need to communicate to them. Now, top management support is also crucial to convince other collaborators, because otherwise, if there's no top management support, other people will in the organization, in the company, would just say, well, yes, of course, security is important, but you know, it's just too much burden or not worth my work, or I will do it later, you know. So it's very easy to dismiss. And so I'll finish this by saying that we also need, again, support not only of top management, but also just of the users. And for this, I believe this is very important to communicate openly, actually both ways. So we communicate to the users, but also we listen to them. And we listen to what they need. Why do they worry about security? Why do they don't do what we suggest them? And finally, to make sure that IT or computing engineers are also on our side, and within their jobs, they also apply security, which is also hard. And then have our engineers. And it's in general actually quite hard to find people who have some security background or interest, or basically even to just hire security engineers. That's another topic, but extremely hard to find good engineers.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point. And it's worth also exploring the impact here in the region. So what Sebastian is mentioning around the lack of cybersecurity professionals, which apparently applies to even the advanced countries and also the large organizations. We always have this challenge of getting the right skills on board, right? And this is where I would like Abdul's opinion is from what you've been with Izaka for quite some time, and you've been also a trainer and also involved in many enablement activities. So what's your view on the market needs today? So do we have a big shortage of cybersecurity professionals in Lebanon specifically? And if you want to give an advice to the guys over here who are preparing for a career and they're probably thinking about cybersecurity as an area, I know the biggest challenge for any fresh graduate to go find a job in cybersecurity, because everyone wants someone who knows at least something, not completely fresh. Okay, and that's the biggest challenge, having someone between 2 and 5 years experience in any organization is a challenge. So if you want to give an advice as well on what kind of trainings or knowledge they can acquire before graduating so they can play a role, what would that be?
I will start with a study or report done by Gartner. Recently, according to Gartner, the unemployment rate for cybersecurity is 0. So there are more opportunity than qualified resources. And actually, opening is taking time to be filled. Not because there are no professional applying, but only 25% who is applying for cybersecurity are qualified for this position. And this is the good news for whoever is thinking to have cybersecurity as his or her professions, that there are a lot of opportunities. The bad news here is that, as my colleague said, that the cybersecurity role within the organization is not that well, it's not that needed. They don't look at it as a need. It's like a secondary up until they get hacked or they get an attack in their environment. So at that time, they start thinking of how we can invest more money, how we can allocate more resources for cybersecurity. This is the part. And in this part of the world, also the cybersecurity is, most of the cases, is mixed with IT, which is wrong, completely wrong. IT, the main objective of IT personnel is provide service, fast service. The main objective of cybersecurity is protect assets. So they may contradict, and they are not with the same objective. So this is part, this is in the local market here. Is another research or a survey has been done by ISACA. It's the state of cybersecurity in 2018. This is, you can Google it, it's free, you can get it from ISACA. ISACA, for those of you who doesn't know, ISACA is an international association that does research, study, and surveys, mainly in information security, information system auditing, IT governance, and IT management. they have multiple certifications. So in that study that they have done for 2018, and they have done 2017, 16, and 15, it's always the key finding is acquiring and retaining a skilled workforce in security is challenging. So you may be lucky to acquire, but retain them because they will get a better job somewhere else. So that is one of the challenges. Another challenge is, as I said in the previous, the time required to fill a position is taking time. Not enough resources, not skilled resources. Another challenge is the time, as my colleague said, that 3 months to detect an APT attack. This is good because the average is 6 to 7 months. So we are being attacked, and attackers and hackers are taking our critical data, and we don't know. So the time is critical. So this is from one side. From one side, we have so many threats, and from the other side, so few professionals working. And this is the skill gap that some of my colleagues also mentioned in there. And you ask, what is my suggestion for whoever is looking for this? One of the main criteria to make hiring manager to look at your resume are certifications. Once you get certifications, especially when we talk about global, we are applying for someone, some company outside Lebanon. In my position, in my work, I recruit resources in other countries, in India, in Pakistan, in Egypt. I don't know what is this university. Is it good, is it bad? I don't know. They work in some organization. It might be the best or the biggest organization in their country. I don't know them. And I don't go and do research for every organization, for every applicant that is applying for the position. When I see some of the professional certification in their resume, it gives me some assurances that those guys are looking for their career, and they are keen to be ahead of
So which certifications, Abdul, would you recommend?
As I said, ISACA does research development and survey, and what they do actually, they collect the best practices and they put them in certifications. They have certification for information security, CISM, Certified Information Security Manager. And they have CSX, Cybersecurity Nexus. They have 3 levels in CSX. The foundation level, and they have the fundamental level, and they have the practitioner level. So for those that are new to cybersecurity, fresh graduate, they can go for the fundamental level. And then the foundation level, that will be 3 main area that they have more specialized. We expect someone to have 0 to 3 years experience in the cybersecurity to go for the fundamental level. And the practitioner level, where it is expected to have 3 to 5 years experience. Then the CSX, it's like information security management, where it's expected to have like 5 years plus information security management layer.
Yeah. And that can be done on self-study basis.
Yeah, for the CSX, yes. Actually, all they can be on self-study. They can
buy the resource. I think it's important, yeah, for at least the student community to be able to learn. And they can
have the exam online also.
Okay. Great, thank you, Abdo. I think this is very useful. So if we shift gears from the processes and the people side to the technology side, and we said we have RSA and Microsoft with us. So starting with you, Karim, you've heard a lot of comments around AI. I touched a bit about AI as well and the maturity of AI. And some of the previous comments, which I believe are also really valid, there is a lot of marketing around AI. So between reality and between the marketing side, what's happening exactly? And where is RSA today in that? And where do you see the market moving?
Excellent. Those are, I guess, very good questions. So I think it's still a big hype. There's a big hype. It's a lot of buzzwords around AI, but I was actually surprised. I was doing some readings that AI is half a decade old. It's not really a new concept. In fact, it's been funded in the U.S. There's been a lot of rounds of fundings in the U.S. government in the 1960s. But back then, there was not a lot of computational power available. So what happened is the practical use of AI was not explored anymore, right? So one famous, and there was a lot of studies done back then. In the 1970s, they actually stopped and cut those fundings. There's been Dr. Arthur from working for IBM, Samuelson, I forgot his family name. Dr. Arthur Samuelson worked on a definition of actually, I'm going to start just by the basics and going back to basic definitions of AI, and a subset of AI that RSA is really interested in cybersecurity, which is machine learning. Dr. Arthur Samuelson actually defined machine learning as the field of study where computers learn without being explicitly programmed. So again, it's half a century old, and you'll be surprised that we've been using machine learning for more than 20 years ago. So in the context of cybersecurity and what really matters to us, and this has been actually tackled a lot, we want to really be interested in behavioral patterns. We want to understand what's going wrong. The problem with machine learning, there's actually two studies in machine learning. There's supervised machine learning and unsupervised machine learning. I'm not going to get into the details of each, but just to give a quick analogy, in supervised machine learning, think of you going to a bank, you're applying for a loan, and then you're getting, there are certain parameters that can be defined to feed the mathematical model so that we have an input and we have an output. Think of someone marital status, an income, his past history. So this is the input. And based on the input, we can come up with an output of whether we grant that loan. And this is an example of supervised machine learning. Now, in terms of cybersecurity, it is interesting, and we've been using it a lot. So if I do the analogy in how we've been using it, phishing has been mentioned today a lot, right? So we've been using machine learning for the last 20 years. We've been looking at patterns, and we've been looking at past history of whether this is an interesting URL, whether it's coming from a specific geography. Have we looked at it before? And the output of it is whether to actually grant the email or reject the email or approve the email before, or the email goes through a flow before releasing the email. So this is an example in phishing and malware, understanding if there are certain indicators of compromise that we need to look in specific malware. This has already been used. Now, the challenging thing that we're focusing a lot on is when we don't know what to expect, right? So we're looking at advanced persistent threats. So we don't know what actually the behavior is going to be. Every day there are tons and tons of actually malware being created. Every malware behaves in a certain different way. So every malware communicates with a known command and control server. The initial vector and attack vectors are pretty known. So the initial, it starts by a phishing email or some social engineering, or someone internally within the organization plug in a USB, and kind of the malware starts propagating internally and doing some lateral movement. But how do we actually, if we want to use supervised learning for that kind of model, we don't know what to expect. So this is where RSA has invested a lot in terms of unsupervised machine learning, which is actually looking at trends and patterns in the behavior. Right? So, and leveraging machine learning to do that is extremely powerful. I want to map it a bit to the shortage of cybersecurity skills that Abdo was talking about. Today, we're seeing the challenge every single day with customers. So there's a lot of need, and there's not a lot of talent, especially in security operation centers. In security operation centers, we want those tier 3 analysts that are hunters, that are actually going and looking at patterns of data. So we want to make the technology at their service. We want them to analyze quickly, detect quickly threats, and respond quickly to threats. And this is where we start looking at all right, so abnormal behavior in certain patterns of behavior. If there's been so many, I don't know, failed identity logins without having to rely on rules and correlation rules, because this is how it's done today. Today we're leveraging SIM technologies. We have to build every single rule for every kind of pattern that we want to look at. So it's almost unimaginable. We have few customers that have more than 1,000 rules. So it's impossible for a team of 5 analysts or 6 analysts to kind of go and do that human correlation. So this is where we actually have products and services that we launched to actually help with unsupervised machine learning to look at patterns of behavior and correlate things without having to rely on rules.
Yeah, interesting. So it's more of focusing the effort of what AI should really do on one very specific thing that has enough data and can be actually analyzed.
Absolutely.
So I don't know, Simon, if you can also comment on the AI from a vendor perspective. And I know Microsoft has a lot of experiments on AI besides the security fields. Yeah, and probably some of us here would remember the chatbot, the Twitter chatbot, which was a very nice idea, but then also became an issue, because it became a racist. It quickly learned to start sending racist tweets. In less than 48 hours, I think it was shut down. But again, the concept is really nice. It's like, can a chatbot learn from other people, and behave well? Where is Microsoft today in the AI part, whether on the technology security side or also on the general research?
Of course. So it definitely, I mean, any machine learning algorithm can go positive or can go negative. And that's part of the learning that we can do as a company, or we can help the companies do. So in Microsoft, we look at it from 2 different ways. One is, how do we as a company use AI for our own products? Because as you know, Microsoft produces software and sells that software. So we use AI, and most probably, most of the people use AI without knowing that. So for example, our productivity suite, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, there are plenty of AI algorithms running without you knowing. Simple tasks that you think the machine is very smart in doing that is based on AI. Our, for example, search engine, probably most of you do not know, but our search engine, Bing.com, is also based on AI. Anything we detect, when you type something on the search engine, it's AI. Our search in Windows 10 is based on AI. Cortana Digital Assistant, Microsoft, also based on AI. So we try to infuse AI in everything we do in terms of a company to build better software. We try to help the companies use that software and benefit from AI in that. So anything, for example, related to telemetry in Windows 10. Telemetry coming to our cloud services. And as you might know, we provide multiple cloud services for the companies. So we have plenty of signals coming to our cloud services. And we collect those signals, and we analyze those signals, and we use AI so we can provide better services. Better services in terms of productivity, as well as in terms of security. So we've heard a lot about cybersecurity in here. One idea that we're trying to use is we're trying to use machine learning algorithms so we can detect if there is any attacks. Because as you know, I mean, it's been 60 years, 20 years, 30 years, we're using technology. There has been a lot of attacks. If you collect them, that's a lot of data. You analyze it, you come up with intelligence. And we're trying to use that intelligence so we can simulate new attacks. So we can understand if there is anything that an attacker might think of. And we use all of that to be able to provide better services and better software. Now this is from one angle. From another angle, what we're trying to do as a company is we're trying to what we call democratize AI, which means we're trying to provide AI as a service for the companies. We understand that all the industries would need or depend in the future on AI for it to become successful and for it to use the latest technology. But not every company can build massive data centers, can use massive amount of data to come up with algorithms. So what you try to do is we try to create those algorithms and give them to the companies to use. So for example, cognitive services. your ability to detect the age of a person. You don't need to become very good in understanding how to detect it, while you can use it as a service. So we're trying to look at it as well from that angle. And you know, we're very proud as well as a company in Lebanon that we used AI as well. You might not know, but we've done an experiment where we were able to detect, to better detect a lung cancer using AI. So that's images. You've got all the images. You run them through an algorithm, and you can detect a lung cancer. So that's what we're trying to do in terms of AI.
Yeah. And Simo, in terms of the data science, so we're saying AI requires data and require expertise, right? So rich data, massive data, and also expertise. And again, to the benefit of the students here who are interested, and I've seen many after the presentation asking about, again, they're doing certain research, especially with the university's representatives here. So what's the recommendation if the students would learn specific, again, skills that would make them or support them to become later data scientists, whether for cybersecurity or for, again, other industries, as you mentioned?
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, similar to the reports that says there is a lack in terms of cybersecurity experts, there is a huge lack in terms of data scientists. It's one of the very much needed skill in the new world. So as students, if I were you, I would focus a lot on at least understanding a little bit about anything related to data science. I mean, we've been talking, the whole day was about AI. So I mean, you need to understand data science. And it's not anymore a skill that an IT expert needs to have. So it's a skill that will impact all industries. I mean, the examples are available everywhere. Every single industry would have AI in it. So every single industry would need a data scientist. And if you need a data scientist, then we need the skills. And then we need the students to become data scientists. And this is where, if I were a student again, I would focus my energy.
Okay, great. Thank you, Simo. Sure. So I'd like to take some questions from the audience in the remaining time, if possible. Anyone has a question? Can we pass the microphone, please?
I think my voice is...
Yeah?
It's loud enough.
I am Brigadier General Robert Mansour from the Lebanese Army. I'm a researcher in cyber strategy. What I would like to focus on is that as long as the issues about market needs. I disagree that Gartner says that zero unemployment. Maybe we have a lack or a gap in those who are skilled in this field. What I do like to focus on is that as long as the market, what needs, from a military perspective, we say that's like a motto, like the biggest enemy of peace is war. So against technology and innovations and producing of the cyber, or not only cyber, the security issues, there's always a need, as long as the industry tries to facilitate on producing security items, hackers and attackers are also, on the other end, are growing. Just to facilitate what, on the basics that General Bakayev mentioned, to go to the basics, what are the required from when you invest, for example, in buying a PC? I think you don't allocate that you put an intention or a focus on what is the antivirus to buy with the PC. Maybe this is not the last issue, but it is an issue. If you buy a PC, for example, a laptop for $1,000, I think you will just put a question mark, do I pay $100 for the security? So I think, I don't know who's gonna able to answer me, what to, on the basics level, to have the culture of starting from our families, from ourselves, from our daily business, how to be familiar with security issues from the culture, from the daily uses, from the basics, not as to make the market is going on. We are investing in it. And you mentioned a high value that we'll invest in maybe 2-3 billions in the security issues. But I think that as it is attacking everybody's life of us, I think they will have to start with from the education at schools, at universities, At every issue, the weakest point is the individual itself. In every company, in every entity, the weakest point is the individual. So starting from educating the individuals, not only the skilled persons, although I think there's a field that we can invest in it, but to start with, I think from the basic level, we have to find a policy, a strategy how to become familiar with protecting ourselves. Thank you for anybody who's going to answer.
I would like to answer about when you buy a PC for 1,000 and you want to invest in security. It is the essential point here. It is not the price of the PC. It is what kind of data you're saving on the PC and what kind of operations you're doing on this PC. So the value is the value of the assets on the PC, not the PC itself. So this is the risk assessment should be done on the content on the PC, not only the price of the PC itself.
This is answer also a question asked how we can convince the management to invest in cybersecurity. This is exactly the answer. It's to go risk-based information security. So you assess what's the impact on your organization or on yourself. So if you have just at the individual level and you are taking photos years after years after years and you don't take backup, and in 1 second you are hit by a virus or ransomware, all your photos are gone. Are you taking this into consideration? How much impact? Does it worth the $100 that you pay extra for your PC? So this is mainly how it should be addressed at the individual level and at the organization level. It's a risk-based, and this is how you can secure fund for cybersecurity resources, cybersecurity equipment, and solutions.
I just want to add just something quickly, and I think awareness is key. And I think we're not doing it enough, but I guess this is a great opportunity where when I graduated 10 years ago from USG, I didn't have this opportunity to actually go and attend such events because simply the domain was extremely new. So cybersecurity at large, it was not cybersecurity, it was information security. No one was talking about cybersecurity. So in 10 years period, it evolved a lot, but I guess there needs to be a lot more investment in awareness, and this needs to be at different levels. Absolutely at home, in schools, in universities, but also the government actually has a large responsibility through drafting laws and regulations as well. So we're not doing a lot of awareness. We should do much more, and I guess this is a perfect opportunity for us.
I would second that. I mean, definitely awareness is key. Before jumping into any investment that you need to make, you need to be aware of the risks. And simple stuff like, if something is too good to be true, it's definitely not true. Nobody's gonna jump and give you $1 million just because you have the same family name. So you need to be aware. Just being aware, do not click on anything that it's suspicious, because you don't know a guy named Simon Issa sending you an email telling you to do X, Y, Z. So it all, like we've heard today, the biggest vector of attack is the email. And the second biggest risk is users taking action, whether it's clicking on links, replying back, doing anything. So simple awareness could be a lot beneficial and effective.
Interesting, thank you. Another question? Can we pass microphone there, please?
Hi, my name is Anthony. I am a student at AUB. My question is, as we know, quantum computers are coming, so cryptography will be really weak against it. Will cybersecurity have any countermeasure against the huge power of quantum computers? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Who would like to take it?
I mean, as far as I understand about quantum computing, So I think it's similar to any technology. You will have new technologies, and you'll have new risks in that. Now, definitely what we're hearing about quantum computing is that it will bring huge computation power. Now, with a huge computation power, you can do plenty of things around, again, machine learning and algorithms and data and understanding that data. And I think it will be beneficial in that sense without looking at the risk. Definitely, I mean, the attackers, the hackers would look at it as an opportunity as well to attack the systems and to use that power to be able to use it in a bad way. So I think, I mean, we need to wait and see like everything.
Just one more quick note here. I think one important thing you mentioned is around the computational power it brings. And this leads us to more AI-driven applications. And this leads to actually more AI-driven, machine learning, AI-driven, as I said, applications. And obviously with quantum computing, you're going to have more even large subsets of data. And there's going to be more practical use of AI, again, in cybersecurity. So it's going to lead to more of that.
Another question? Can we pass, please, there? Middle here.
Hello, my name is Firas Sadiq. I'm the head of cybersecurity division at Intertech Group. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Karim in a point that we have a high interest in. It is the AI and Security Operations Center. Everyone has been talking about AI and machine learning, etc. However, AI and machine learning, maybe from my own philosophy, just that I would like to hear another point of view, that the AI rules, the machine learning rules, are based on human rules. Because the person who has feeded the rules inside the AI machine, the machine learning, it is not happening by itself. So it is being guided by, at first, by human rules, which is the same of the correlation scenarios of the attacks and kill chains in the Security Operations Center. So it is interesting to know how can we rely on AI in Security Operations Centers for scenarios that maybe we don't even know yet, for kill chains that where attackers are only trying to find one gap while we are trying to close all gaps. So that would be interesting to hear from your side.
That's a very, very good question. And again, it's been a point of debate as well, because I think the best output you can achieve is when humans and computers work together. If you leave a computer do the job on its own, it's not going to actually, at the end of the day, you're absolutely right. There's inputs at some point in terms of function, in terms of the mathematical models and the algorithm that you have to feed that mathematical model so that it generates the output. What we're trying to achieve, and not only RSA actually, pretty much all the cybersecurity vendors out there, is making it easier for those analysts in the operation centers, instead of looking at large subsets of data, to have something smart enough that will guide them. Now, obviously, there's going to be false positives. Obviously, it's not perfect. There's not a single security technology that's going to give you 100% assurance. But when, instead of actually going through large subsets of data and spending days of actually responding to incidents, in the case of the incident Sebastian mentioned, they spent 3 months to actually discover that there's been a breach. So we're trying to put those kind of cybersecurity, those machine learning algorithms at the service of analysts in security operations centers. Obviously, this is a big topic, and we can talk a lot about it, but just I hope it answered briefly your concern.
Last question.
We're done. Can I?
Yeah.
Can I just add to to what Karim said? I very much I agree that machine learning or AI or whatever, it's not a solution. It's not the solution. It's maybe a solution, and it has to be accompanied by humans. An example is that, for example, in the SOC, Security Operations Center at CERN, we collect around 2 terabytes of data every day, different kind of logs, and we do different correlations and so on. And we do research and invest, or we research into how particular, for example, anomaly detection can help us. And there is always a problem of either too high level of false positives or too high level of false negatives. And basically, for the time being, it's not a technique that will solve things. It may help us occasionally. I would be quite cautious here.
All right, great. So let me just summarize by a few points if I want to leave you with some takeaways. First of all, I think we all agree that the basics first. So cybersecurity starts with the human side. If we're doing the right things, I guess we get a better cybersecurity. We're also agreeing, irrespective of if there is a zero or more, let's say, potential of finding a job or not. There is a big gap in cybersecurity today, so you guys who are still looking to build a career, there is definitely a chance for you there. And from a technology side, I think the debate will continue, whether AI is the solution or not. We're all agreeing it's not a silver bullet today, but it is definitely helping things get better. Whatever we label it, I think it's helping us make more sense of the data we have, to have a better judgment of what needs to be done. All right? So with that, I thank you very much. We'll conclude our panel.
Yes, I
طيب يلا مش انا اعمل بلوك للسكرين بس خليه عنه. لا حتى سنجل بس بي سي طيب انا اي ثينك عندي هذا ابعث لك اياه. شو الايميل؟ GT18 نشيلها؟
مش هلا بس اول ما هي سياقة دول بلش اسمع.
ولا انتوا عم تعيديهم؟
لا انا شو ما هيطلع.
يلي تحكيهم اول ما بلش اسئله.
ساعدوا بس كل ما اسال واحد جاي ياخذ 2 minutes تقطع له اياه برجع لبعض.
البوينتنج ولا انا بعمل بوينتنج من هون؟
طيب.
Just make sure it's can we try just one
All right. So the topic for this panel is a bit more dry, more rigid than the other topics. It deals with the threats against Lebanon and the laws and regulation and the countermeasures to solve these threats. So on individual level, I, as a Lebanese citizen, if I fall a victim of cyberbullying, what can I do? Who protects me? Where shall I go? Who is in the play? Which counterparts are helping me? Which counterparts are behind the scene? And on corporate level, I need to know the banks, the ISPs, the organization, what they are doing to protect my privacy as a Lebanese citizen and to protect my money. So these questions and many others related to national security, I would like to invite my panel members to join us on stage to answer these questions. So please welcome Judge Hania Halwe. And Dr. Shbaru from Ojero, please. And Major Mark Sawan, please, from ISF, Internal Security Forces. And the Lieutenant Colonel Khalid Youssef from ISF. And Captain Paul Bogharios from Army. And the First Lieutenant Tony Zghaib from the Army as well. And Mrs. Zaina Aoun from Banque du Liban. Okay, so to start with, I need to check my phone because I need to control the time. So bear with me. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with Hania because you have some hot news for us as Lebanese citizens.
Good morning. I'm Judge Hania Halwe. I have hot news for the criminals and the nice people. Actually, a new law has been issued in Lebanon. It's law number 80. It's law number 81. It was published on the 17th of November 2018 to be applicable starting today. So starting today, all the crimes I'm gonna listed will be persecuted.
Okay.
Beware.
Be aware. So what is the law number and what does it say?
Okay. The law number is 81. The law covers 7 different fields. I'm gonna talk today about the cyber crimes only. Okay, actually, starting today, if someone steals your data, he's gonna be prosecuted. If he stole it yesterday or the day before, he cannot be brought to criminal justice. Why? Because for every crime, we have a legal component. Let me tell you the Article 636 from the Lebanese Criminal Code. It says, stealing is taking the possession of something material from one hand to another. Well, data isn't material, and the possession that doesn't move from one hand to another. It stays with the victim and with the perpetrator. That's why it couldn't be prosecuted under the term of the stealing, of the theft. Starting now, we have new kind of crimes. Actually, because operating system and data is new, our law didn't cover them before. Now we have crime that covers the computer system, system interference. Like, let me give you an example, the DOS attack. When someone would send botnets, would send millions of email to a server of a person, causing it to shut down so you won't be able to use the service. Now it's a crime. We have also the crimes against the data, the integrity of the data, the availability of the data. And we have the normal crimes that we used to do, always do, like a ransom, like stealing, but they are done in means of computer. The most crimes done, I think it was answered in the panel before, business email compromise. We have the sextortion. And these are the 2 most common crimes. And we have also the ransomware. Ransomware is where someone, for example, will encrypt your information and will ask you for money in order to give you back the information. It is dangerous, especially when, for example, the hacked is a hospital and there's operations to be done. Business email compromise is when someone sends you an email, actually, acting like if he was your bank, asking you to change your credentials or to send money to another account, and for sure he will steal the money. And for sure, we have use the internet for terrorism, which I know that terrorists don't act on the internet, but they gather the information online. They recruit people online. They search for the place that they're gonna bomb online. So it could be covered under this crime. And we have the thing that everybody hates, the content crime, like defamation and stuff like this.
So what about the process if I need to prosecute? Which court I need to go?
The prosecution is different between the normal crimes and the cyber crimes, not because crimes are different, crimes are the same, but because the evidence is different. In classical crimes, we have the evidence, actually it's in the field. We put do not cross, we have the time to go inside, to search for the body, for the victim, for the fingerprints. In the cyber issue, it's different because electronic evidence is not on the crime scene, it's in the whole universe. In order to have the information, we have to preserve it, we have to ask mutual assistance to be able to get it. It is different. If I am a victim, what should I do? Number one, if you are a victim of a bullying or of a content crime, number one, contact Facebook, send her an email. They will remove the content. They will remove it because it violates the contract signed between you and them of the privacy. If not, you have to go to court. You have three kinds of courts you can go back to. We have the urgent matter judge, to remove the content. We have the civil courts to ask for indemnification only, and for sure we have the criminal courts. You file a complaint in front of the prosecutor, and he sends it to the person that is responsible for the agency, whether it was the Cybercrime Bureau or any other agency. But let me tell you something. Whenever justice happens, whenever we act, the crime have happened. And you have lost your money, it's so hard to retrieve it back. So the thing is, try to be aware. Try to go to events like this to know how to protect yourself, because the cause of every crime is a mistake. Someone is sitting there waiting for a mistake to reprogram, to take your money. So be aware and try not to be a victim. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving forward with Dr. Shvaro, what is Ogero doing with this?
Sorry.
What is Ogero doing with the new law? What are you doing internally to respond to this law?
Well, before going to that part, I would like to touch on some aspects that have been highlighted very quickly by Judge. In fact, she said that terrorists maybe will not be using the internet. I've heard that. Or for example, I'm going to touch on a few examples, and we'll see how the landscape is really evolving, and then I'll go back to what we are trying to do, in fact, okay? Now, our world is getting smarter, that's for sure, but it's getting much less secure. It's smarter, but it's much less secure. One of the rising topics is the growth of Internet of Things and connected devices, and the surge in cyber risks that are accompanying this. Our assets, whether they are corporate assets or collective and individual assets, I will talk about smart devices, smart buildings, smart houses, smart cars, smart cities, and the list goes on. They are all added to what we call the cyberspace. And with that, there is a raising concern about the security and to which extent such assets can be used in a malicious and or criminal way. Let me give an example where it shows that the victim is not really responsible for anything that's happening, and at the same time, this is something that allows new scenarios for terrorists. There are many companies right now specializing in IoT security. One of them has recently developed a malware in order to demonstrate how a hacker or a malicious attacker can remotely hack into the control part of a smart building. So the malware is going to use or is exploiting vulnerabilities in IP cameras. Yes. In IP cameras, and then from there it gets a foothold into the network, and then slowly it gets propagating by using other misconfigurations and vulnerabilities in pieces of software that are lying here. So until the point where it identifies and teaches the control part. And once you get the control part of the smart building, The sky is the limit when you have to imagine what a bad guy can do with all of this to make the miserable, I mean, the life of people miserable. So here, for example, if I'm living in this smart building, I'm not responsible for any, nothing. But there are people who have been watching and doing something, okay? So this is a kind of example on what you can do concerning what I mentioned. Now, I have to say, this is very scary, but at the same time, it's very challenging from an engineering point of view. There are so much work to be done in cybersecurity and in artificial intelligence, and I guess really these are the two fields that are the most interesting and exciting today for young computer and communication engineers. Let's move to Azure. Over the past 15 years, I've been responsible for designing and overseeing the deployment and the operations of the broadband networks and services of Azure. So it was estimated that I'm in a good position to start or to lead the efforts in cyber securing our critical infrastructure. The decision to establish a cybersecurity division at Azure has been taken like 3 months ago. We are facing many challenges with that. I mean, I've already established the organization chart for this division. At the same time, we are looking, I mean, we've started phase 1 of the recruitment process. But again, I mean, this, in order to set up the expectations and to answer your question concerning the law, will not be able to protect the owners or the people who are living in the smart buildings. This is not our responsibility. There will be a huge burden on the security forces, but we'll be there indirectly to assist them with as much information as we can in order for them to identify the criminals and to bring them to justice. So our division will have many roles, in fact. Besides the internal roles, I call internal roles of protecting the Azure assets and infrastructure, and of course running the Security Operations Center for all our operations, we have to play a national role, and it can be seen as this. Despite the new threats that I'm mentioning, but still, I mean, the classic forms of attacks are still there. DDoS is gaining too much importance because we are living in a terabit era. Now, last year, we have witnessed an attack that goes up to 1.7 terabit per second. So this is a huge. And also, they are exploiting new vectors, okay? So DDoS is still there, and we need to do something about it. Here, as Azure, as a provider of internet services, for example, we can provide our customers, or will be providing our customers, with protection against DDoS as a service. So this will allow those customers to get protected from those attacks. And those attacks have several forms. I mean, they might be volumetric, amplified DNS. They might be application layer based, RUDY kind of attack. They might be protocol based, SYN flood. I mean, these are examples of what can be done. So we'll be protecting our customers against that. And at the same time, we'll be increasing our capabilities to help the security forces and agencies for them to be able to handle their jobs. They need so many IP logs from our side. I'll also mention one aspect that is in Lebanon right now. We don't have any solution in place for providing a cyber lawful interception, okay? So we have something for the regular calls, but we don't have any implemented solution for dealing with lawful interception in the context of the cyberspace. So we'll be gathering the requirements and trying to build such a solution in order also to allow, as I said, those security agencies to handle in a better manner the huge burden that will be laying on them progressively over time, okay? Now, I'll just say that the challenges that we are facing in establishing the cybersecurity division are mainly the recruitment of skilled engineers who are really passionate about security. This is not easy to do. And, well, at the same time, and this is something that has to be taken very seriously, we are not reinventing the wheel in everything. We will be relying on cybersecurity products. And those cybersecurity products have been developed somewhere. So we need to make sure when we shortlist such products that we are not getting something that has any kind of relationship with some research conducted in, let us say, a neighboring country. You know the reference here. So these are the main challenges that we are really facing at this point in time. I think I'll stop here, hoping that I did not exceed the time slot. But
you did, but it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So back to the point of ISP and the logs and the details of the law. So how this law will facilitate your work and investigation?
First, I think it's story time. I will tell you a story and you can judge after the story. The story is about John. John is an IT administrator. He's so proud of himself. And John, he likes to promote himself, to show everyone that he's so proud that he's a successful man. So John has Facebook, John has an email, has WhatsApp, has LinkedIn, has Twitter account, YouTube, everything you can imagine. So he posts himself always online. But on the other side, there is another man, a malicious man. He's called Ruben. Ruben is a black hat hacker. He's naughty, and he's a troublemaker. And he likes to see always on his screen access denied, because he likes challenge. So what Ruben did, that Ruben was watching the internet and he found this nice target.
Is it a real story or an example?
Yeah, we'll say later. Okay. So Ruben found John and on the internet. So he studied him, and using social engineering, he managed to send him a phishing email, just to shortcut everything. A phishing email, a PDF from his boss, with an exploit inside the file. And he succeeded, yes. John opened the file, was infected, and then Ruben got access to the server. This is a classic scenario, everyone knows about it. It's not something new, but we'll say later what happened. Jones was working at ISP. So when he got infected, the ISP was infected, and Ruben was escalating in the network. And he found something very nice inside the network. He found the crown jewels. The crown jewels are governmental sites hosted on these servers at this ISP. And he started to hack one site by one site, from one governmental site to another. And then to have fun, he gave some accounts to his friends to also play inside. And also, he started to attack one governmental site from the other side, just to have fun. So later on, we heard that governmental 1 had a complaint against governmental 2. Governmental 2 accused them that they hacked them. So now, who's right? And then also, he used one governmental site to attack a foreign site, and he gave access to his hackers, his friend hackers, and one of them started to lead an attack from a governmental site against a foreign site, outside Lebanon, of course, and the site of outside Lebanon had a complaint against the governmental site inside Lebanon. So this is how was the mess. And then, after this, they called ISF, called the police. The police came, they just made the incident response, and they found some logs. And then they found an IP address. After the IP address, they went and arrested the guy, and Ruben was arrested. But this is a nice story, classical story. But believe me, this is a real case. This case happened in Lebanon since 2017 and 2018. And this is not only a scenario. So this is how bad the situation is in Lebanon.
What are you doing in ISF to help on that, to foster the culture of security?
Well, in ISF, we started our digital forensics team and incident response team since 2009. Also, we have Cybercrime Bureau, was created in 2006. And now in ISF, we started since 2017 the creation of the CERT, ISF CERT, to face all these challenges. I can also tell you that with this attack, 6 ISPs at least were compromised, 80 governmental sites were compromised, 700 plus sites were compromised. It's just a small statistic for one case.
Not cool. Okay, so how do you see, how immune our governmental IT is in Lebanon? No.
Well, you can figure it out. That there is, I think for the moment, we don't have any immunity.
Okay.
With this.
We have live streaming, I think.
Because there is no cyber culture in Lebanon, there is no forensic site, no cyber security vision in Lebanon for the moment. And also we have problems with ISPs, problems that most of the ISPs, you send them a request, they will tell you, I don't have log, I didn't keep log because the server was down. Lightning struck my server. Then another one says, I don't know how to make a server, or it's double netting. You have a lot of problems, there's no regulations. And also we didn't have any law in the previous period until now. So
at
we
least
hope
we're
from now
moving
on,
forward.
we can force,
at least we have something.
we can force these laws on them.
So maybe Khalid, if you want. So what efforts are we doing on national level regarding cybersecurity?
Let me first highlight one idea that my colleague has raised. We in ISF, we have worked extensively on cybersecurity, and we were able in 2018 to create or to achieve a high-level roadmap in order to establish a CCERT or CERT within ISF. Well, a CCERT is a computer emergency response team, and CCERT is a computer security incident response team. They mean the same. And CCERT is a group of IT experts whose main function is to respond and to handle computer security incidents. And CERT can be classified according to sector or depending on the constituents. It can be academic, financial, governmental, commercial, or even national. And the key services that CERT or CERT usually provide can be identified into proactive services that will aim at preventing crimes from happening by leveraging awareness, by adopting best security practices, and by raising awareness of ISF personnel. And their active services aims at handling the incidents when occurring and mitigating their damage in case they occur. And in our plan, we adopted we divide our plan into 4 phases. We are currently implementing phase 0. At the end of phase 3, our CCERT will be fully operational, providing all the services that normally a CCERT provide to its constituents, and it will have credibility and will exchange information with other CCERTs, local or international. And we hope our plan will reach its full implementation soon. Regarding the national efforts, our government has a great role or an important role to play and a responsibility to take in order to secure our IT systems, our personal and national data, and also our critical infrastructure. But this is not enough, because I believe that to protect our cyberspace is a responsibility of each and every one of us, whether we are government agency, enterprise, institutions, and even individuals. Me, I'm responsible, my colleagues and you, we have to learn the basic cyber skills and cyber hygiene to apply them on our daily life at home with our family on our devices. So this is an important issue that I need to address for every one of you through this conference. Also, on the national level, our Prime Minister has issued a decision to create or to assign a national cybersecurity team with representatives from various ministries and concerned agencies in Lebanon, and also the private sector has taken part in this team. This team will have a main function to draft a national cybersecurity strategy for Lebanon. This is a good news. It will give us a good reputation for Lebanon, and it will shape the government vision and policy, and will set out actions and recommendations that will be applied by all sectors in the society and the economy. And I just want to mention that this strategy will be supported personally by the Prime Minister and also by the European Union. So thank you.
So this is on ISF level. What about the Army? How are you?
First, let me thank the AUB administration and everybody that is present, because these events are extremely important for us to actually step further in the cyberspace. The Army naturally doesn't deal with Facebook and very personal level crimes. We deal with cyber terrorism and then like something on the national level. Like Colonel Khalid said, we are actually actively working on making a national cybersecurity strategy, and this is like the first building block for us to be present in the cyberspace. Because if something happens, what do? Who does what? Who is allowed to do what? Going on to cyber terrorism, there are mainly two types of cyber terrorism: psychological and physical. Psychological, everybody saw ISIS and what they started to, pollute the internet with some very bad pictures and movies and then words, and then they started to actively attack physical assets of the army. Definitely other agencies as well, like website defacements, and we saw a couple of years ago governmental website defacements. So the army is actively trying to recruit, train, and actually protect its cyber assets across the spectrum, from the unit that is actually on the ground to the servers, and we're now hosting everything in the army with the latest cybersecurity measures. On the other hand, we have the cyber terrorism when it is physical, and we think that, okay, we do not have smart grids, we do not have trains or metros, so we're not affected. But we are, because we do have banking systems, we have many electronic transactions, and my colleagues know better than me in this, because actually some terrorism acts were done specifically to target the banking sector. Ms. Zaina definitely knows this. So we're trying to work with other agencies and international agencies to cooperate and try to mitigate and get to the level of proactiveness, because unfortunately so far we're always reactive. Something happens, what do? It's not like, okay, we know what's going to happen and let's try to prevent it. So that's it.
Good. Tony, do you want to add something?
Yes,
on
sure.
the cyber terrorism part?
Yes, sure. In terms of cyber terrorism, in fact, it is segregated into two types. The hybrid cyber terrorism, which includes propaganda, radicalism, or the actual preparation for an actual plot on the ground. And there is the second type, which is the pure cyber terrorism, which in fact indicates the actual attack on an infrastructure or network. Now, having that said, the countermeasures are the things that count. In terms of countermeasures, any professional or skilled professional in this field would emphasize the building of a specialized, highly trained team in order to preferably proactively monitor and take proactive measures, in this case through data analysis and data gathering. And in some cases, act reactively, and this is where it comes for the high efficiency of having people well trained in order to limit an ongoing attack. See? But let me stress on another thing. We need to like the judge said, we need to have a national strategy which includes local partnerships and international cooperation in terms of data exchange and expertise. And of course, we must have the legal platform for it. Yes, exactly.
Sure. Thank you. Now coming to the money. Zena. So what are you doing as BDL against the new law?
Yes.
In fact, for the new law that has been, we have talked about before, I would say at the beginning that, as I said in the plenary session, that BDL has provided a big input in this law, related mainly to the part where, in fact, we speak about electronic transactions with smart cards, and we speak about certification authorities and the requirements for a certification authority, whatever type of certification authority that will be built in Lebanon. What are the main requirements that, in terms of security, that this CA will have? No, in BDL, our public infrastructure, that is our certification authority in terms of root, subordinates that we use internal and externally, exists since 2010 now, and used for internal and external purposes for protection, protecting transactions with banks. And in fact, with the new law, we will be also, now we will be able to launch our new platforms that will be very interesting for a lot of users, and especially for the army and the Lebanese army, is PayGov, pay government, in fact, where we will, as we said, dematerialization, we will be, in fact, using the same secure infrastructure that you have now through the national payment system. We will be using it for PayGov, and that will benefit for all, in fact, the multi-layered security approach that we have in BDL on reference on our public infrastructure. And with this new law now we can launch, it's planned for this first semester 2019, we can launch this PayGov environment.
I had a note from your previous keynote. What are you doing internally at the BDL to foster the information security culture, considering different audience, IT, tellers, branch
Exactly,
managers?
it's a good question. In fact, this is a big field in BDL. Yearly for our internal users, what we do security awareness sessions. So because we strongly believe that our BDL users are our first line of defense, and that all the securities that you are doing will be incomplete without their contribution. So what we have done is through sessions in BDL, through sessions, presentations first, then videos. And what is interesting is that also present to them the real statistics of BDL, not what is happening outside, but what is happening in BDL. So we show them how they did behave in the internet, how they did behave in the email, using their external devices, how, in fact, social engineering attacks, even if they did not see it, but we are seeing it in our Security Operations Center. In fact, and this les sensibilise, and this make them aware about the importance and about their role in this contribution for security. Even business users that before they said, we don't have time for this, we have our business. Now, no, we see that. And how do you measure this? It's not only with surveys that you send to users, but it's how they behave daily. Now, after awareness, and this is how we measure our awareness from year to year. What is interesting also is that apart from the booklets, the sessions, and these videos and statistics, we do also, in fact, we will be launching also phishing campaigns, in fact, to make them aware, and they appreciated this idea because, knowing that these phishing emails are becoming more and more convincing, and this will help us also in the education process with our BDL employees.
Cool. I have just one more question. So with this new law, are the organizations ready to obey to this law? The ISPs are ready? Do they have the required infrastructure, the required storage and others to move on? They should?
Actually, the new law, it required the ISP to preserve, to retain actually, all the data for 3 years. Yes, they can do this, and there was an article in the law that was proposed to oblige them to inform the government if something breaks in their system, and they removed this article so they don't have any excuse. Okay, there's no excuse. All the data should be retained, so when an order to preserve comes, it will be required.
Good.
there is a part of the new law that speaks about the protection of the personal data of citizens. Okay, it's not, Judge Rania, you will agree with me, it's not as complete with GDPR, especially that it's based on the previous versions of laws related to protection of personal data. But however, it's a very good start. It's a very good step forward, and this really will help us in order to know how to deal with our personal data as data processor, data collector, and especially data subject, which is who is always a victim.
I think when we talk about ISPs, the problem is of reserving data. It's not reserving data, it's metadata. As we were saying. It's metadata, not the content. It's only the connections. Because it should be, we have to keep a privacy for citizens. So it's only metadata and the logs. And the log, not any log would be good to preserve. There is a kind of log you have to keep, kind of records. We agreed on that. We asked the Ministry of Telecom to publish this regulation, but till now we don't know what's happening. But we hope to get to a result between us and the ISPs.
In fact, it needs to be looked at very precise manner, because it's very broad. Okay, when we say data, we have a huge amount of data. Can you imagine, just if we keep, for example, the data that is related to netting, it's something like 450 terabyte per year. It's just for netting. I'm not talking about any other activities, okay? So this is a huge data. As I said, now there is a huge burden on you, and we need to help you, but that's why we need to sit together and really determine what is the kind of data that you feel you will be needing, and this is what you are trying, or what we'll be trying to preserve. But otherwise, really, it's huge. We can show you the statistics about each aspect of the business. It's something colossal. So,
I think we should have a sit together later on.
Okay, so please feel free to raise questions.
Hello, I'm John, an AUB graduate and self-employed. Since we're talking about data privacy, I know that most of our data, Lebanese data, is given somewhat easily. Let's start to politicians with elections data. They know our name, our date of birth, our address. We have unofficial databases like the CARS database, which is public, and another database which is the Order of Engineers, which is officially out, which has a lot of information about people. What is like the government's role in protecting the people in this aspect? Because this is information that can generate passwords from, can have a lot of security issues on us. Another question is for cryptocurrency. I heard that maybe rumors about BDL, that they're thinking about cryptocurrency in Lebanon. Where are we from it? And
digital currency, it's different from cryptocurrency.
Okay, so I know that maybe cryptocurrency is illegal in Lebanon, or I don't know what's the legality of it. That's it for now. Thank you.
The second part before I will let my colleagues answer the first part. Yes, BDL, سعادة الحاكم in fact announced in fact that BDL will be dealing with the digital currency, and this is very important not to have this confusion between digital currency and cryptocurrency. So the digital currency, we are working in BDL. There are a lot of workshops and work groups that are now ongoing in order to put in place the infrastructures, to put in place the private cloud related to this, and in fact to put in place mainly all the security measures that will protect this digital currency, digital currency in BDL. So this is, there are work in progress. You will know about it more when we can speak about it.
For your question, first let me say that Lebanese don't protect their data. We put everything on Facebook. We put our phone number, our email, our father's name, our date of birth, and we don't even, in the Facebook, you can open it and to make it private, we don't do this. And as you said, whenever someone wants to confirm your email, your banking account, he asks 2 questions: date of birth, number of telephone, and they are available for everyone. So number 1, we should have the culture of protecting our personal data. We should not put our pictures all the time whenever we go. We put our houses, we screen even our houses where we go. When we leave the country, we tell everyone that we are out of the country. So this should not be done. For the other part, the law, it legalized the form of when we, how to manage the data. It gave a certain authority, but it needs decree to be applicable, to check whether the person that wants to analyze the data, he had the right to do this. Why does he want to analyze the data? What are the objectives? And even after analyzing the data, it gives the persons, I think 1 or 2 months, I forgot exactly how long, to be able to change or to say that the data is wrong or right. Actually, this is the law that actually coming on. We need some decrees for it to be applicable, so it's not going to be applicable starting tomorrow.
And Judge, to add to Judge Hanya's technical part, sorry, Colonel, it's just that it gives also obligations for the data processor to protect the data that is hosting your information. So here in fact, you will have integrity, confidentiality, and accountability in terms of data. So this is also an added value in terms of law.
Let me here add one thing, that each government agency or each ministry should adopt an IT security policy in order to protect the digital data of its digital data or regarding the citizens. So this is a must that every government agency or ministry should adopt, or an IT security policy that is updated and enforced on its networks. Besides, in the national strategy, there will be a national cybersecurity center who will take care of implementing and enforcing all the cybersecurity strategies that will be soon established. So this is.
Yeah, I would like to add also that the Army has a couple of applications, Left Shield and Left Hero, and we also have a privacy policy that specifically states any kind of data that we're taking from your phone or from the website is actually stored with your knowledge. Even if, like in Left Shield, it's an application for the citizen to announce maybe a call request for help if he's in trouble or something. We definitely need the GPS location. We take it expressively with a pop-up box. So it's like, okay, I want to call the Army, and yes, I want to give the Army the GPS location. We do not take even if the application requires by default from the system, the GPS location, the phone number, we do not take these unless the user expressively states that. Plus, there is also, like what Hania said, the user has to know that they're actually just, putting their data, their personal data on the internet. There is some responsibility on the user, not just on the government. Yeah. The last part is actually the government has no access to the personal data of the citizens just like that. Like people think we just go barge in the door, ISP give us the log. We need a subpoena signed by a judge with a probable cause. We cannot just go in and then just take the data. And there is no rubber banding. Like some people say, yeah, this judge, he signs totally just like that. You should come and try to see how hard it is for us to get a subpoena to actually go and catch the bad guy. And he's a bad guy, and we know that he's a bad guy. We cannot touch him because we need actually the judicial part to actually to go.
My name is Maher Shahab, and I'm talking here, and I work as an information security analyst in BankMed, and I have just finished my research, which is about legislation of cyber law and digital forensics in Lebanon. And from there, I need to ask 2 questions. You just stated that we have a cyber law now today in Lebanon, and it's activated today. But from a judge's perspective, do you think that the courts are ready, taking into consideration that cyber law was not given as a major core requirement in universities? So do you think that the judges are ready to adapt for a cyber law to give a fair judgment? So this is one question, and I have just another question. It's a small question related to the laws and regulations to be applied on companies and organizations. What we know that BDL forces banks to have a cybersecurity division. Now, what I need to know is that are we expecting to see any laws and regulations to be applied on all companies and not only just on the banks in Lebanon? Thank you.
Let me start by the question. The Ministry of Justice knew that this problem is going to happen, and actually I'm the focal point of the ministry for the cyber criminality. We took some training, but the main thing we did, we took our real 20 judges, took a training with the Council of Europe and with the European Union on electronic evidence and cyber crimes. It was because we didn't have a law back then. We started on the Budapest Convention. Our laws is completely liable with the Budapest Convention. We took training. We took actually 4 kinds of training: a 1-day training, then a 5-day training by trainers. We had a training by the ISF themselves for 1 day, and tomorrow we will conclude the second training. By then we will have trainer of trainers, actually 20 trainer of trainers, that will go and train the other judges, because you are right, it's too technical. For example, I don't imagine that all the judges, especially the ones that are older than I am, knows what are protection, how to preserve the data, to retain the data, what is an IP address, what is an ISP. It's technical, it needs an IT person, and we studied law, not IT. And I think that in some years to come, it will be included in the universities, I imagine, as a cybercrime course. Thank you.
Regarding if you are ready for the new law, as you said, since 2009 we created our digital forensic department. We are following international procedures, but the problem is that no one is taking in consideration what are the procedures. And if you want to say, the procedure is not followed as it should. So we are ready as law enforcement, but the problem is with other law enforcement, because it's only one department in our department. It's on the level of every police station to do this process, and also how to be followed from the first response to the delivery to the court. This process and chain of custody is not yet implemented and respected in Lebanon. This is a problem, yes, as you said.
Last question.
Hi, my name is Mustafa Nuruddin. I just started a cybersecurity organization in Lebanon because I realized that we do have a cybersecurity issue in Lebanon. My question to you as a Lebanese citizen, what are you doing, whether in ISF or in the government or in the army, to make me feel that my data as a citizen is protected? What are you doing to protect citizens' data? I know you talked about the laws to privacy and all that, but are there good protection measures within ISF and the Army to protect against hacking and, of course, our data being breached?
I think it's a shared responsibility.
Exactly.
So from our side as Lebanese citizens and from the security apparatus we have, like ISF, Army, and other apparatus. So
actually, we don't interfere with other ministries' data. We only protect the data that hosted within our agency. So, one of the key strategic objectives of the new strategy that is now drafted is to enhance digital trust, which means to protect digital personal data and enhance digital privacy of the citizens. So I cannot answer the whole question. But for ISF, we are doing our job. I think the other agencies are doing the same. And so it's to protect our cyberspace. It's a collective effort of all stakeholders. It's not only one side responsibility.
Just to add to my colleague here, we also are actively trying to hack ourselves because, as Sebastian said in the morning, you cannot actually defend from. You can try to defend in the cybersecurity space. We work with our partners like Potak and others because you always have to run after the cyber terrorist. One thing said by my military trainer told me that we're fighting a losing war. But I told him, why is this bleak view? He told me it's not bleak, but you can always be right, but it just takes one mistake to actually obliterate you in the cyberspace. We are actively trying to harden our systems. The other security agencies as well, we are also cooperating in local and international levels. So as they said, it's like a shared responsibility, but we're trying to do our job the best we can.
Sorry, but one last remark that whatever security solutions we adopted, there is no 100% security. Should be understood. There is no 100% security, even if we adopt or implement the whole security solutions available in the industry. So this is a fact we cannot ignore. And there was a statistic last year that a malware, maybe some networks have malware since 2 and 30 days for the malware to be detected. So maybe our networks are infected and we don't know. So this is a fact we should accept.
Just to add something here. I mean, as service providers and security forces, whatever, we are responsible for the data that we are storing, that you are entrusting us to hold, okay? We have to secure this data. But when it comes to the general use of the internet, nobody can be responsible. Unless you get a problem, and then we'll try, according to the law, to try to solve your problem and to identify the person who has been doing something bad to you. But when it comes to the general, I mean, you are putting your information everywhere, on your smartphone, on the social media. This is something that might be endangering to you if someone needs to do something bad to you. We are not responsible for that. It's only when you have communicated information to us as service providers that we are responsible for protecting it and making sure nobody is using it in a bad manner. But in general, I mean, if people are not, I mean, do not have the right or enough cyber culture to protect themselves, they will end up having problems. And it's our duty in that case to see how we can help you bringing those people, I mean, who did harm you to justice. Thank you.
Sorry, we need to close this panel. The panel members will be outside, so if you need to reach them and ask some questions.
Sorry,
and
one question, please. One last question.
Okay.
Sorry, about the law, you mentioned that all data would be saved or backed up in the ISPs for 3 years. How do we ensure that this data is not used as ISF or the Lebanese army?
Let me just explain something. The data that they are retaining are not the content data.
Even the metadata.
It's the metadata.
Yes.
The content data is never retained. It's just the logs. So when a crime happened and you want to track the address, the IP address of the person who did the crime, you follow the log. This is what's being stored in the computers.
We make, in Lebanon, we got used that in terms of fighting terrorism, or in the Arab countries in general, in terms of fighting terrorism, we are invading the privacy of users. This metadata, even though if it's the metadata only, maybe it will be used by any other agency. I'm not saying ISF or Lebanese army.
It would not be useful. The idea of the metadata, the idea, why do you preserve it? Because when a crime happened and you want to know who did the crime, imagine any kind of, let me imagine abduction. A child is abducted. Okay, I want to trace the emails. I want to know the IP address, the exact location of the person who did this crime. So from the information that is, I will first preserve the already retained information, then I will check which ISP will give me the other ISP, the other IP, to be able just to locate the date or the time of the email sent, to be able to locate the person who did it. It's not content data. In order to do content data, you need a warrant after a crime happens. So after a crime happens, you can do this. You can get a warrant to save the content data. But this is after a crime happens and to a certain person, not all the data that's available.
The content data.
Thank you. Sorry, if I may just, you could take this over lunch. We have to stop now. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for all the attendees.